All right, ladies and gentlemen, gather around. The Löyly 2019, Löyly 2019 in English is about to start, and I want to inform all of you that if you want to have possibilities to work in Finland, if you want to make matches, if you want to gather around networks, now is the time, because it's Löyly 2019 and this is all about finding a job in Oulu. So if you're in the Tellus Cafe and you can hear me, you can come and learn more. Today it's going to be a day of interesting keynotes and inspiring workshops, CV photos, and everything related to jobs. Entrepreneurs will be talking about their careers. We will have people from different cultures, different countries giving us tips. And I hope that everyone brought pens and papers or laptops or something to use to put down some notes, because these things can make your careers. My name is Juho Karjalainen. That's a tough one for a lot of foreigners, but our next keynote speaker, he has something to say about being a Finn, being a non-Finn in a Finnish country. I'll save your name. I'll save his name for last. But he moved to Finland in 2018 to study here at the University of Oulu. And he took a chance and sent an application to this new exciting startup called Softagram. And he made it. He's working as a software engineer now, and he is still learning basic survival Finnish. And he indeed has something to say about working in a local company as a non-Finn with the name of Robroo Somkiadcharoen. So, thank you and welcome on the stage, Mr. Robroo Somkiadcharoen.
Oh, that's very nice. This is actually like one of the first times that people can say my name correctly. This is like, okay. I need to go somewhere here to make remote works. Yeah, that's me. So I'm going to talk about like my experiences when I work in the local Finnish company, when you are the only foreigner or something like that. So, like, if someone have told me like last year that okay, I'm gonna get a job in Oulu here, I would have told them that okay, like, it's unlikely to be possible. At least that's what some people here or some students here say. But the thing is, like, what could actually go wrong here in Oulu? One thing is weather. Like, it's quite cold, right? I don't expect to walk to work like every day in -30 or -20, something like that. I expected a break, just so you know. And some cultural things, like we heard a lot of rumor that Finnish are quite cold and they are harsh and they don't speak at all. Like, am I able to survive in this culture? And another two things are that language barrier and some kind of like employment wall. Like, are there any transparent wall for foreigners to get hired here? Yep. So, actually, yeah. Last year, so when I know that I need to come here to study in Oulu, so I just searched on the Google and then landed on some Finnish page, local Finnish page about the job board. So I just sent an open application by writing some BS or some business speak to them. I don't know, but actually I researched about them, like what they are doing and do they really match my interest or not. So I sent an email, and then yeah, I got a job afterward. And this is my expectation. I thought that it's gonna be like this, like when we are working here, or at least I expect that I can work like 8 to 4, and then after that I go to sauna for half an hour, and then I go home. But it's not like this, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you are wrong. I don't know. Okay, so I think like most foreigners here, 1, 2, 3, including me in total. I don't know if anyone is foreigners here. We can all agree that like they are quite how can I say it in a good way? They are quite proud of how they are resistant to the cold, right? Yeah. I remember one day that when it was -30, it was in around like in the mid of January. I walked exhaustedly to the office. Like I expected to have something like, hey Robroo, you made it, yeah, good job. Like, yeah, it's quite cold, right? Maybe you could have a break, or you can work from home for like 2 or 3 days, and then we can come to the office afterward. But then when I arrived at the office, he exactly just come and say to me like, it's a bit cold today, right? Let's get to work. So yeah, they are quite. I don't want to say this, but maybe braggy. I don't know, but yeah, but it's not the case when you want to work with them. Like when you want to do the work professionally, like they're quite modest, to be honest. And I want to put this up as like I would do this, but I'm fine with that too. It's like they have a kind of constructive feedback template for every Finnish I know so far. Whether you are studying or you are working, I think you will get used to this template now. I like this one because the first one, it shows you like where could you improve your work like immediately, right? And the second one is that it's straight to the point, and the speaker has no intention of like expressing negative thoughts about your decision, like, okay, that's not good enough or something like that. It's something like, okay, that's fine if you want to go with that. Yeah, and that's how I made a lot of mistakes in my work. So, hello. So yeah, there was one confusing moment here. It's like when you are a software engineer, when you are writing programs, right? You need to write another program just to make sure that your program, the one that you wrote in the first place, behave correctly. But some people consider that that was another extra work, and if you did your job in the first place good enough, why do you need to validate it? But that's how they do it here. So after I submitted my first ever work to them, one of my mentors just walked to my desk and said in a very low tone, dead face, Finnish voice, like, it's good to write test. And then he left. The fact that he left doesn't give me any chance to ask him further, like, what was the meaning of that? Like, what should I do? And should I improve anything? And then, but yeah, I'm a bit curious. Hi, welcome. I didn't know what to do at that time, but as a Thai people, like, we keep everything quiet in here. We don't speak anything. But I'm going to ask, like, what is worse than getting a shot? Maybe getting shot twice, right? The same applies to here. Like when there are another people who walk into my desk, did exactly the same thing. The same thing, it means that he also walked away. Like, so at this point, like, how can I build up the courage to go to them and ask them, like, okay, what do you mean by that? Do you want me to improve my work, or is it okay? I didn't know that, and it shocked me for a while. A while, I mean like 2 or 3 months, of course, right? There was one time, like, one of them just casually mentioned that, okay, yeah, like the work that you submit to me ago, like 2 or 3 months ago, like it was pretty good. And I mean, like, yeah, thank you. Like, you could have told me like this exact sentence, like just to improve my mental health, right? But then that's good. I learned something that maybe I should talk to them more about my feeling here. So, one thing I noticed is that they love discussions a lot, right? So I know some foreigners here might wondering, like, why do they have slot machines everywhere? Maybe they have one here. I don't know. And I just would like to know that, okay, when we have a company lunch here, there was some dead air during the lunch. So I just want to fill the gap. So I just randomly say something like, hey, like those slot machines there, like, where do the money go? Like, why are they everywhere? And then some of them started like, okay, it's go to the government. And then how does the government spend the money? Then some of them say, yeah, it's spent by giving back to those people who are addicted to gambling. And some of them say, no, that's not true. It's only a small amount. That's not true. And I think we should remove this gambling machine from Finland, ever. And then it just goes on like this. Like they have a very heated discussion about like how should we do with slot machine and anything about. Like it was very serious. At that time I was so scared. But yeah. But now the thing that I like here is that they are very steady in their point of view, right? Even though they are aggressive, but they are also aggressively like respectful of others' perspectives. So I got that going on good with me. So that's fine. So I would say that all in all, I'm saying this as a friend. Yeah, I have some friends here. I live in my small Thai world for the rest of my life here. And moving to Finland here is a big bet to me. Because I leave everything. I leave my job and my family, come to here. And yeah, there were a lot of rumors that Finnish are racist. And Finnish people can be like, they can make some discrimination and there may be some cultural unfit to you. So yeah, you should not be there. That's what they said here. But I took a bet, and I think that it will be great. At least during my stay in Finland, I never experienced such things, not a single time. Exactly. I think that it is a pretty good experience for me to come to here. I think I did the right thing. At least I thought. Yeah. So as a foreigner student, I think we all have some questions that we are always afraid to ask. Like, yeah, some problem. Yeah. But the thing is that some of these problems here are not appropriate to ask in some public place, or maybe it depends on people here. So I don't think I know the answer of these questions, but I think it's much better to, if you hear from your prospective employers, I think it would be more valuable. So please welcome Mr. Tommy Talgren here to answer some questions that I don't want to talk about yet.
Thanks, Robroo. Yeah, Robroo is very nice, but he wants to also help the other guys to get answer for these questions. So he asked, okay, how about you come and talk about them? And of course, also my opinion is are mine, and they are kind of subjective of how I think of it. But these 3 points, what he pointed out, so I'll go them through. First of all, that people might feel that they are kind of second-level employees when they look at job in Finland and in Oulu. So that is something that really depends. So from our small company, we are now 9 people and coming to have 10, and there's 3 Finns and 1 half Finn, and then we have from Vietnam and Thailand and US and Poland and France. So some companies, and I've been working in a Oulu-based company all my career, and I've always had foreigners in the company, and nowadays especially even small startups, so they are looking abroad, they are looking to be international, and also our motto is to at least to be kind of a locally global. So in that sense, you actually might have an advantage of not being a Finn, but bringing the culture and diversity from your own culture and maybe your language into the company as well. But I know, and it's a bit surprised, but I know that there's also I've heard from our guys that there are still companies you need to speak Finnish to be working there. But I mean, just focus on the correct ones. So that's my advice on there. So that's actually kind of answering for the 2 first, maybe the things what concerns you. But I personally also, as I said, I've been always working with my team. There's been always foreigners working. I've been working abroad in Germany and US as well. And somehow, actually, I personally feel that there's some advantage also to hire non-Finn, especially if you would come here and you would start a family. So I feel that actually non-Finns are more loyal and more into the company than maybe Finns. and especially if they happen to marry a Finnish spouse in Oulu, so they're kind of stuck up there and they love the company and they're really good workers. And then there was an interesting kind of a concern about the visa things. That okay, that if you're actually looking at a job and going to work here, so that you should actually look only for the big companies, maybe Nokia's and international companies. But from our experience, we have people who has had the student visa or interim visa. We don't have that much of an experience yet, but the thing is that the process is really rather simple. There's no barrier that why not a small company could also arrange and you're going to have the visa to work for smaller companies. And also there's not this kind of a money barrier to make the visa applications. It doesn't really cost you almost nothing. And for example in Oulu, so Business Oulu is something that is helping also small companies to get through the visa process. So in that sense, I want to encourage the foreigners also to look the job and actually look around from all kind of companies. You definitely will find the ones who might be even preferring that you are a foreigner and it's all about yourself and your attitude, not really the language what is maybe blocking to find a job. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Tommy, for speaking the thing that people want to know here. But I think that's actually all I have here, or at least what I prepared here. Like before we are going to say goodbye, like are there any questions? Of course, I never asked questions when I was in an audience. Okay, we're going to be in the software booth, just back here. Like, please come and say hi a little bit. And thank you, Löyly. Thank you, software, and thank you whoever helped making this keynote happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robroo. Very interesting, and I'd like to ask a question.
Yes.
I have a question. So,
yes.
Which one do you prefer? Do you prefer the coldness of -30 or this kind of weather?
Yeah. Actually, before I came here, I still feel like I prefer this kind of weather here.
Like the wet snow.
Yeah. But then when you live with the -30 for a while, like 1 or 2 months, then you are getting used to it. Then it doesn't matter now. Yeah.
All right. So you're becoming more Finnish by the day. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you have any more questions, we still have some time. Well, one more question from me.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So Löyly is it's a familiar thing. Like you go to the sauna many times, I think, or have you?
Yeah. I actually went to sauna many times with my roommate there, Bruno. We have like 2 appointments every week for the sauna, so we went to almost every of them. But we didn't get naked, and I heard that Finnish get naked in the sauna.
Yeah.
So I guess that one day I will try to go to like public sauna, maybe in the gym, and try some. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the next level stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. But yeah, do you think that the sauna is a place for business? Don't get me wrong, like business as in. You know what I'm talking about.
You mean like, can we go and work in sauna?
Yeah, like do you think that it's a place where you could, maybe do some networking and stuff?
I don't know. I think it's gonna be a bit awkward if you need to be naked to some strangers and you try to talk about some business with them. But I think it might work because they are kind of forced to be with you in a very close space here, and they cannot get anywhere out of the sauna.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah, and here's a tip, like that's where all the biggest business decisions are made in Finland, like in the sauna. When the guy can't escape, and then you listen, I have this plan. And then you start throwing more water and you're like, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, in 10 minutes we're gonna have our next keynote speaker, but I have some time to tell you about what's gonna happen today. So, after our next keynote, we're gonna have a mini matchmaking event right there behind that wall at Tellus Cafe. And we can also, and if you are missing a CV photo, we also have a CV photo booth right there at Business Kitchen. So you will find the place when you go straight After, like you have the cafe on your right, and then you go straight, and you will see, follow the signs. You can get your CV photo updated. And we also have a CV couch where you can go and see your info, like if it's good or if it's not. Maybe there's something you must tweak to get that perfect curriculum vitae. I don't know if my Latin is good. Maybe my Thai is better. I don't know. Yeah, and after this next keynote, we're also going to have at 1. We're going to have a workshop, Finnish language in job hunting. So your basic survival Finnish stuff that you need to know how to say to impress your new bosses, and much more. And at 2 p.m. we're going to have a workshop about LinkedIn. Do you have everyone who has a LinkedIn profile, please raise your hand. Yeah, so everybody has it, everybody knows how to use it, or do they? You can check it out at your LinkedIn ABC workshop. And at 2 to 3, if you already have your LinkedIn basics covered, you can come here on the stage, and we're going to have an interesting panel discussion about Finnish working life, hosted by Maria Melnikova. And then at 4, we're going to have a pitching workshop. Everybody knows that pitching is one of the key skills in all of jobs nowadays. Like if you have an idea or if you want to present yourself, you need to pitch, and you can learn to do just that at the pitching workshop that starts at 4. And that'll be the day for today. But tomorrow we're gonna have after Löyly, which is like, you know, it's a Finnish thing. Jälkilöyly in Finnish. Yeah, that's a tough word. But it's a place where you can. It's a H2O restaurant. It's health to organic in the city center, starting at 6, ending at 8. It's a networking, matchmaking event. Everybody's gonna be there. I'm gonna be there with my camera. I'm gonna take some embarrassing videos of people networking. Don't worry, I'll blur the faces. But yeah, that's gonna happen tomorrow at Health to Organic. But the next speaker, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and then I'll introduce her to you. So if you want to use the bathrooms, they are located outside the tellus when you go outside, then to the left. But be sure to come back in 6 minutes. All right, thank you. to the Löyly 2019 event, where we talk about jobs, networking, matchmaking, and everything related to being a successful working part of the society. The next keynote speaker comes from the Netherlands, and she followed her studies and career to Oulu and completed a master's degree in health sciences at the university here. Am I right? Yes, among other things. She has worked around the world, and now, if I'm correct, you've worked for the city of Oulu for 15 years. That's a lot of years in Oulu. And she is here to talk about her long and winding road that led her here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Aaltje Jos.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, thank you for the nice introduction and thanks for having me here. Let's see. I'm having a bit of a cold, so I hope my voice doesn't disturb you, but anyway. I will use the next 30 minutes to talk about my career, and not because my career is so interesting, but more about I had a lot of pitfalls as well, ups and downs. Hence the title, Long and Winding Road. This symbolizes my career. And what I hope with telling about it, if you get some tips about it, get some advice, I could have done this differently, or I should have done that, because I know where it went wrong in certain ways. So what this is kind of reflecting is a bit, this is all about resilience, this is about falling down, this is about hope, this is about creativity, and this is about working hard. But I've seen it all in my career. So that's what I want to talk about. And let me see. Well, technology is slow. Yeah. Hold on. It's a left one. It doesn't do anything.
If you...
Yeah, I'm going back now.
Yeah, you're going backwards
Hold on.
now.
The left one.
What is going on? I'm so sorry. How come this looks like this? Yeah?
Oh.
I can't start it.
I'm sorry about that. I will tell you something about myself. I'm originally from the Netherlands, and before I came to Finland, I lived in Canada. And before that, we lived in Germany, and I think it was early '91 we moved from the Netherlands. So originally, I'm from the Netherlands. I came to Finland with a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. I've been working in...
I can click if you want to.
Yeah. So I came with a Bachelor of Science in Nursing, and I worked in Germany, in the Netherlands for many years in nursing. That's how I came to Finland. I arrived in Finland in 1999, and now we can go to the next slide. And from 1999 to 2003, I was unemployed. And maybe another thing good to say, I'm a trailing spouse. I came here because my husband had a job here. I didn't choose Finland, my husband had a career here, and that's why I followed. So I've been unemployed from 1999 to 2003. And the first thing I did was going to the Maahanmuuttajakurssi, the Finnish language course for 8 months learning Finnish. And after that, I started applying for jobs. Maybe you can one click. And this was my reality. I sent about 23 letters to nurses, to nursing homes, to the hospital, to psychiatric hospitals, as school nurse, and it was all rejection, rejection, rejection. Well, rejection hurts. And especially hurts when you're not used to being rejected, because I always have been able to hop over from job to job to job. And all of a sudden I found myself in Finland, and people don't like me. That's what I thought. They don't want me. My skills were not good enough, and the reason for the rejection all the time was your Finnish is not good enough. I was invited for interviews as well, so my Finnish was not good enough. Well, clear enough. I had done the Malmö course. I knew a lot about the grammar, but really speaking was a different story, right? What you should do when you get rejected, and I didn't do it. The rejection, I think there comes the challenge. It's not the end of the story. It's where the challenge starts, right? But if you are rejected a couple of times and you're new to Finland, I took it personally. It hurt me, and I found it difficult. It kind of defined the world and how I looked at things. So I found it really, really difficult, and I've been struggling. And it came to the point that I said to my husband, let's go again. I can't work here. I was in my early 30s, and who wants to be unemployed when you're in your early 30s, right? So we were on the brink of, shall we stay, shall we go, what are we going to do? But what I did, we had 3 children, 3 young children. I went to a choir. I started singing in a choir. I liked singing, I thought I need to do something, so let's join a choir. The second thing, my 3 boys were in different schools, daycare, private copy, international school, so I normally go to, so I've been volunteering in the schools. And if you have children, make use of it, because networking is very, very easy when you have children. They go to basketball, they go to soccer, they go to baseball, they go swimming, they have music lessons, and everywhere are parents. So make use of that. The other thing I did, one day I remember sitting at home and seeing my children go off to school, my husband to work, and I see my neighbors little by little leaving, and I'm thinking, so, what am I going to do now? You know, you feel a bit lost. And what I did is, I invited a group of international women at my place. Come over and have a coffee and have a chat. And that was the start of the International Women's Club. And it still exists today. We have over 50, 60 members. It's been growing very fast. I had this first coffee meeting at my place with 6 women, and it was just went up very quickly. So I took initiative. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. What I'm good at, I was rejected, you know, and it was there for my self-esteem. There's one thing I was very good at, and that's something I learned because we've lived in Germany, we lived in Canada, networking. Getting my name out, talking to people, introducing myself. I'm not afraid to go out and meet people, so that's really helpful. And I think what's important to realize how to break the ice. You are coming from your home countries, you have a network, I think on the average, people have a network about 300 people, something like that, right? When you're born and raised in the same place. When you move over to another country, it's 0. You need to start from scratch. So what you've built up in your home country in 20 years or 25 years is something that you need to bridge in a new country. So you need to work very, very hard on your networking skills. And networking is more than just shaking hands with somebody. I think it's nothing difficult, but I think especially as newcomers, it's very important to realize that it requires a bit more than just shaking hands. Okay, next slide. So then I got a job. Can I tell you how it went? Or just luck. I was very, very frustrated. And through the Women's Club, I heard that there were more women in my position. Their husbands were working for Nokia and they were stuck at home. So I rang up the deputy mayor of Oulu. And I tried to make an appointment with her. And of course I didn't get it at once, it took me a month. But finally I was marching up the stairs to the deputy mayor of Oulu and said, I'm very, very frustrated. And I told her my story. I told her what was going on and how difficult I found it. And she did a very good thing. She was sincerely listening to what I said. She wasn't promising anything, but she listened. And I realized how important it is that somebody listened to the stories of people who were struggling here, job-wise, language-wise. So she was very good in the sense that she helped me to, you know, of my existence. I had a concern that somebody was listening to me. That was one thing that happened. I told you earlier, I was singing in the choir. In that choir, I met the CEO of Medipolis GmbH. It was a big company at the time. And the lady had lived abroad, and she was listening to my whining about job applications and struggling and this and that. She heard my story. Secondly, we were in the newspaper with the International Women's Club. People knew I'd been founded the International Women's Club. So there were a couple of things going on at the same time. And then one day, the lady from the CEO from Medipolis GmbH came to see me and said, I think I have something for you. Come with me to the city of Oulu because they want to do a project with foreigners. I'm coming from a nursing background, I had no idea. Anyway, I walked to the director of the economic development of the city of Oulu, Mikko Karvo, and there was a team of people around it, and the idea was, because Nokia was big in those days, they said we need to do something with foreigners in Oulu, we need to do something with the spouses, with the partners that come along. Could you set up a project? I said, yeah, sure. Do you know how EU projects work? I said, yeah, sure. That was a lie, because I came from Canada, I had no clue about EU projects, so sometimes you need to bluff yourself a bit through life as well. And they said, okay, you get 3 months to write a project plan, to find sponsors, and then we'll see what happens. So I wrote a project plan, I knew pretty well what foreigners in Oulu would need. I found big companies sponsoring the project, we got funding from the EU, and 4 or 5 months later I had a job for 2.5 years. So, networking, luck, you know, speaking the language, it was all a bit of everything. I can't really point out that's why I got the job, but I think there were a combination of factors that helped me to get employed. So what I did in this project, I started a newcomer branch for newcomers, where we had also locals coming in and introducing themselves and helping people. I started 65 Degrees North, an English newspaper. We had an advisory board advising the mayor of Oulu about international affairs in Oulu. So we had a lot of activities going on, and I enjoyed it. It was the best job of my life, really. I enjoyed it, and I did it for about 10 years. And then I think we can go to the next slide. And then, of course, I've been working in the Finnish environment. We heard in the previous speech how tricky that sometimes can be. I think anywhere where you have people from different cultures working together, there's always a bit of friction, there's always a bit of misunderstanding. So I think that's part of what it is. What's important that you can talk about it. They can openly talk about it. I see it from this angle and you see it from this angle. What can we do about it? I found that a difficult part in working for the city of Oulu especially. I found that a tricky thing, and maybe the next. Yeah? Okay. It makes it easier if you understand the rules. If you know what's under the iceberg, it makes it a bit easier to function in the Finnish environment or in the Finnish. But until today, I'm still struggling with this. And I'm sometimes thinking, I've worked now for a business owner, I've been here for 20 years, and I'm sometimes thinking, what's this all about? Why are we doing it this way? Or why are you doing it such a way? So there's something that never goes away. On the other hand, I find it also the bonus that I can think outside the box. I can think differently, and maybe it's not always heard, but I have different ideas. All right? Oops. I can't even remember what slide comes.
Well, what was this? Why is this black?
Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Yeah? Okay, what I've noticed as well, if you feel, I told you when I did my job applications, I felt very insecure. I felt that I was not good enough. My skills were not appreciated, I found it very difficult. And what you see quite often, that at least what I did, I withdrew rather than diving in. And of course I had my moments that I really joined in, but generally I think we are all looking for this. Finns as much as foreigners, we like for comfort, we like to hang out with people who are like us, we like to talk to people who understand what we are doing. But especially if you're not from here, you need to get over your fear. And I told you earlier that I joined a choir, well, with limited Finnish language skills, a Finnish choir, going out there, that was so scary thing to do. But I thought I need to do it because I like singing. So the goal was clear. Sometimes you need to get over your fear to join. And of course we are biased. We are biased about others as well. Our upbringing, if you have 3 times that experience with people from Germany and all the Germans are wrong, newspapers, you know, we have very biased ideas about others. And the only way to find out is get over your fear and join.
Well, this stuff stopped working.
Okay, I met Ruth from Reken, and she wrote a book about, because this is from an employer's point of view as well. What do employers see? What do they hear? And I consider myself a hidden immigrant. I could If I would tell you I was a Finn, you probably would believe it, right? A bit too tall for a Finn, but otherwise. But I think different. I have different ideas about things. So this is also very much an idea of being, have a good purpose, know what you want in life and communicate it. Because others cannot see who you are, what you want. Others can only guess. And people naturally put people in groups. We are grouping people very quickly. So employers do that as well. He sees you and he has immediately an idea of who you are. So it's very, very important that you kind of find connection and get over it. That's a matter of communication. Okay, the next.
Yeah. I start the batteries.
Uh-oh. So what happened then? In 2011 it was, the city of Oulu was, things were falling apart. Nokia went down and a new organization came in, Business Oulu. And my boss said to me, you should apply for Business Oulu because you're very entrepreneurial. And that was a mistake, because you don't need to be entrepreneurial in order to work for Business Oulu. It's an administrative organization. I applied for the job. I tried to tell my bosses what I've been doing and building up, and they were sandbagging me. They were not listening to what I said, so I was pushing harder and harder and harder, and I got no. And this ended in a burnout. So all my career, all my nice things for 10 years were crumbling together, everything fell down, and I had to start from scratch again. And I thought, what did I want actually here? Why am I here? What am I doing? And I was absolutely clueless about what I wanted in my life. I was absolutely clueless about my dreams and how to continue. I don't know if anyone of you ever had a burnout, but it's a really, you feel really bad about yourself, about your skills and your capabilities, and you're good for nothing. That's at least how I experienced it. So I had to find something else.
Change the batteries now.
I think actually this is very typical for reorganizations as well, that people find it hard. Actually, I did a course, a wellness course. I thought I need something else. There was an online course, and I thought I'm just following to see if I can find some other skills or something else to do.
Next.
Coming? Yeah. Burnout is also very much connected to loneliness. I've never in my life felt so lonely. And you feel even more lonely because you're not in your home country, and of course I have a huge network, I know many people. I'm a social person. I felt very, very intense lonely. And so one day I saw an advertisement from the University of Oulu about a master in health and well-being at the medical department, and I signed up for it. It was more, I was desperate. I needed something and I did not know what. So I started studying, and I said to my professor, I'm interested in loneliness, and I would like to transfer all my topics, all the lessons into loneliness. So if we were talking about loneliness and technology, I was doing my essay about loneliness and technology. And with ethics and healthcare, I did it about ethics and loneliness. If we did comparative studies in Europe, I told them about loneliness and comparative studies. So the 2 years were really full of loneliness. I got fascinated by the topic of loneliness. I got interested in it. And I started to understand as well where my own loneliness came from. And that there are two reasons. There's an external responsibility. I told you my bosses were sandbagging me. That made me feel lonely. But of course there was also an emotional loneliness. A loneliness that I felt within myself. So my studies really, they were healing. They really helped me to get focus and start again. And my master thesis was about causes and effects of loneliness among immigrants and expats in Oulu. So I interviewed many people here about their loneliness. That was what my master thesis was about. Can we have the next slide? Yeah. So there I was, doing a study on sick leave, thinking going back to Business Oulu, an organization that I knew was not good for me. And I was hesitant about what to do. And this in the end comes very much back to, I felt alienated here. And my studies give me really something to focus on. I'm naturally interested in people who struggle with loneliness. I'm naturally interested in how governments deal with loneliness. I'm naturally interested in how people experience loneliness. So it gave me commitment. It gave me also control, something that I haven't felt with business over. I have control in how I want to grow in the loneliness business, what I want to do with it, how I want to evolve over the years with the company. And it's challenging because it's new and I'm not young, I'm over 50. So you have to start from scratch again with a new career. Next slide, please. So why am I concerned with loneliness? And here we come back to my nursing background. Loneliness, chronic loneliness that takes longer than 2 years, has pretty lot of health effects. And you can see below what kind of health effects there are. Loneliness is contagious as much as happiness is contagious. If you hang out with happy people, you automatically become more happy. If you hang out with lonely people, you automatically will feel get a bit of that vibe. So it's very important. And as a nurse, from a preventive angle, it's very important that we know this and talk about this. So that's what I realized. Next slide. What I thought about it, I told you earlier, I felt very insecure. You know, being rejected in a strange country, having a burnout, you become very, very insecure. So I thought, okay, I need to educate myself further. I came across an advertisement from the University of Applied Sciences for a teacher training. I thought, I'm going to do that because if I start a loneliness business, I need to know how to set up online digital courses. So I did my teacher training and helped me further. Okay, next slide. This is the mission of my company. The name of the company is Context Care. And the context care is kind of related to, this is a labyrinth, people who are very lonely are quite often feel they're stuck and how to get out. So the logo is a bit designed about the idea of loneliness and how to deal with it. Yeah, next. What I've learned, and when you look back at it, I came here with my nursing skills, but when I was preparing for this presentation, I realized how many value-added skills I have. I've been running a newspaper for 10 years, editorial skills. I have reasonable organizational skills as well, networking skills, communications, and now you have business development is something I do for Business Oulu. And I thought I need an MBA because I want to start a business in loneliness, and I need an MBA to understand better how you run a company. So I'm currently doing my MBA as well. Okay, next. This is a bit if I want to summarize everything, this is what I want pretty much when I came to Finland. I think most of you, this is pretty much what you want, right? If you come here, you want employment. Don't focus on employment alone. Focus on orientation in town. You know to find the offices, the places, you know where you need to go. Check your cross-cultural things, how you want to come across. Think of your Finnish language skills, your self-confidence. Think of finding meaningful. I think I partly found my work because I was singing in the choir. Imagine, by singing in the choir, how would it, I mean, it's hard to believe, right? So focus on the other aspects as well, as much as you focus on the job search, because sometimes you become so blind when you're only, I need a job, I need a job, I need a job. But there's more to it. And sometimes the other aspects can help you as well to find employment. All right, next. So what's important, I think in general, is check your, be aware of where you come from and what you think and why you think what you think. Be aware of, I'm from the Netherlands, I have very Dutch standards about certain things. And it's important to realize that, and also what makes you stand out, because that can also be the power that you have, you know, see things from a different perspective. How do you approach situations? What's your motivation? And I must say, education has helped me a lot, especially in terms of self-confidence. And Finland is a good country where you can have a lot of nice education. So if it doesn't work out with the job search immediately, look around and see what skills you can acquire in the process. Okay, then we're going to the second last slide, I think. And if things are really getting stressful and hard, humor is such a nice way. With language mistakes, you know, with mistakes in the job, I still make jokes about it, laugh about it, and move on. You know, don't get stuck too much in things that go so hard. All right, next. And the other, next one. So my future, I'm here, 2019. I don't have a job career, not anymore. I have a happiness career. I want to do things that please me, that I feel good about. So it's about photography, it's about working on my company, it's learning more about loneliness, trying to see how I can help people. It's not so much a career anymore, so my path is not straight, it will stay like this. And I think in the end it's who I am. In the end I think it suits me, it fits with me. So I don't know yet where I will be going, but for now I'm very pleased with how this life is going. And I think this is the one more slide? I think with my contact details, yeah. So this is in a nutshell a bit about my career, and you see it's not a straight line. My husband came, he had a job, he moved on. But for me it's been completely different, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I have my downs, but you can also see I have my ups, and I have been able to grow. And I think Finland in general is a good environment to grow as well as a human being. But you need to make use of the opportunities and use your networks. Alright, so I think I'm still in time, right?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5 more minutes. Are there questions? I do have some leaflets here. I have some business cards if you're interested. And of course, always you can contact me if you have questions or anything. But I hope this gives a bit more ideas about, yeah.
Yeah, I have a question about, because you told me that networking was a big thing for you through your hobbies and through family. How do you start? What do you say when you start, you know, when you go into where there's people talking? How do you start the network?
Yeah.
What's the first thing you say?
I can show you.
All right.
Hey, I see you here for the first time. My name is Aaltje. Nice to meet you. What are you doing?
I'm just hosting this Löyly event here.
Yeah, what's your name again?
Yuko.
Yuko, I don't remember that. I go home and write down his name. Immediately. And I will send him an email afterwards and say, thank you, Yuko, you did a very good job. Do you remember I said something about bonding? About staying in touch with people? It's not just giving your business card and that was great. There's more to the matter. That's why I put that list there. And if you was interested for my business, you can help me. More focus on staying in touch with him and see what he can do for me or what I can do for him. Because networking is, it's one place. You have to find common interest. And if it's really interesting, I would say, you have time for coffee next week? And I would sit down with him. Everybody wants to have coffee with somebody. Everybody wants to talk to others. But you need to be proactive. You really need to be proactive. Inviting people and sharing. Yeah?
Yeah. And one more question about that. How do you, because Finns can be pretty, at least what I think is like this kind of networking, this kind of small talk is not very Finnish way of communicating. How do you get over that barrier?
Now, I don't. I think always it helps when you're showing you're vulnerable. So my Finnish is not good. I speak, people in Italy here, I'm not from here. So they need to start seeing me like she's a foreigner. And what is it? You can use humor. You can also just be, I'm sorry, I wish my Finnish was a bit better. Show your vulnerability. And with my business, I often send emails to Finns as well about growing my business. And if they don't reply, and many don't reply, then I think they are not good business partners then. I do not even want to do business with people who do not reply to my emails. So it sorts itself out. It has a positive side as well. I think if people are really interested in you, they will come back. And if not, skip it, move on. Because you're wasting your time on the wrong people then. Depending on your goals, depending on what you want in life. You see? Alright. That's all. More questions? I'll be here around, so if anyone has questions later today, feel free to come in and take my leaflets and business card. But thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So, dear friends, now it's time to go do some workshopping. We have a workshop about Finnish language and job hunting. It starts in 30 minutes, so it's at 1 p.m. And the workshops are all located in the business kitchen, and it's in the back of the Telus. And right now at the Telus Cafe we have an international mini matchmaking event. So if you want to go, it's not like Tinder matchmaking, I think, but why not? No? Yeah, maybe at some point the business becomes business. But yeah, the mini matchmaking is going on until 3. Then you can go get your CV photos taken. And that's also near the, there's a CV room. It's clearly marked near the business kitchen at the back of the Telus. And you can also sit on the CV couch to perfect that important piece of paper called the CV. And at 2 o'clock, there's the LinkedIn ABC, where you can learn all you need to know. You can learn all you need to know about LinkedIn. Everybody is in there, so why not go and check out what else you can do except put a nice photo and some basic skills, like I know how to write and I know 2 languages. And at 2, we have an interesting panel discussion right here about Finnish working life. So now you have an hour and a half, and I expect to see all of you here around 2, okay? Thank you, and have a nice day. Back and welcome to Löyly 2019. Thank you. We have an exciting panel discussion, and without further ado, I will. Actually, I don't have to give you the mic, because you already have the. We call that the Madonna mic, because you can dance and you can speak at the same time. But yes, I have the honor of introducing to you Miss Jonna Hyttinen, who will be leading the panel discussion. Thank you, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, no dancing is going to be seen here today. Just say. So, as you have said, I'm Jonna Hyttinen. I'm part of the OYY board. I'm also a student here at the university. I study international business management. And so, let's start the real discussion. So today I have here Aline Hugrense. Almost. Pardon me. We have Simpson Lee. Hello. Much easier. And Viera Karam.
Hello.
And we're gonna start this discussion with the introduction. You can freely add what you like, where you're from, how long you've been in Finland, what did you study, and so forth. And don't forget the little funny facts about yourself.
We chose you.
Oh, thanks. Okay, so I'm Aline Hugrense. I'm originally from Holland. I moved here 2.5 years ago, a little bit more by now, with my partner, my husband, and 3 kids and a dog. And well, right after we came here, we started our own company together, so my partner and me, Studio Formo. It's a graphic design company, and we also provide for large prints on fabric, custom prints, for example, acoustic prints, so for interior purposes that make everything look better and also sound better. That's about it. And why we came here is because we were looking for a less stressful life, more space, more nature, and good education for our kids. And I think we found it.
Hello, hello. My name is Simpson Lee. I'm the founder and owner of Wash and Go. Wash and Go is a hand car wash and detailing company. It was established in 2007, and I guess the rest is history.
Such a mystery. Hi, I'm Vera. I'm from Ukraine, from Kiev, and I'm a student here in University of Oulu. I'm getting my master's degree right now. It's a program called Education and Globalization, so it's a faculty of education. Yeah, this is my 2nd year right now, and I'm in the process of writing master's thesis, and I'm supposed to finish this program in summer, hopefully. Let's hope. And where I'm right now here, it's education. I came here to get my master's degree. That fine?
You can keep the mic for now. Let's touch on employment next. What is your employment story? Your internship, what kind of networking you've done, maybe your previous studies as well. And also about how was it to adjust to Finnish working culture? Were there any difficulties, or was it just easy? I mean, we have different cultures here to compare to. And also, do you find it difficult to balance work and family and studies? I will remind you of these questions we've seen it. But let's start with employment.
Me again?
Yes, we'll go this way, shall we?
Yeah, so actually my education was to be a teacher a long time ago. And well, after 1 year of being a primary teacher, I realized that this was not my path. So, and that was a really good time to change career. Business was going well in Holland at the time, so I could just move on. Then I went to sales and product management. I did my master's on product management, and mostly I worked for educational publishers. So we created educational games and books, and yeah, that was a nice time. But when I met my partner, we realized that we weren't going to stay in Holland for a long time. We would like to live somewhere else where there's more space. So we thought it would be best if we would start our own company, so we could be free to move wherever we wanted. And that's what we did. We took part-time jobs and then built from there. So we already had a company before we came to Finland, and we already had clients in Holland, and well, we built from there also beyond the borders. And well, graphic design, you could do it from anywhere in the world. So after we started our company here, we took our clients and it was a bit exciting because, of course, it could have been that they would say, okay, now we are looking for a company where we can just go to because they are our neighbors in Holland. But they didn't. They actually liked that we are working from a Finnish forest for them, which is obviously not really romantic right now because we are in Peltola, Technopolis, and everything is wet and grey. But they really like the idea, so that's working for us.
Is it more of your clients, are they more in Holland, or have you already made all the clients in Finland as well?
Well, that was at the first. When we just started, most of our clients were still in Holland, and then we built from there. So I think that by now it's about 50-50, and we're trying to, of course, grow in Finland, and then in Holland it just stays the same.
Has it been hard to reach the Finnish customers here?
It has been in the beginning, yes. But then we are not the typical salespeople also, and we found a partner, a company that's really good at that, and they're doing sales for us too. So that works out really well for us, and I think that's one part of entrepreneurship, that you find out what you're good at and do that mostly, and then the things that you're not so good at, try to find other people who do that better than you.
And what has been the biggest difference on working in Holland for your company and working here in Finland?
Well, there's one thing that has been, it's actually a small thing, but for us it was quite big. In Holland, people are used to giving compliments all day, you know, and I mean, if you hear them all day, they are maybe a bit empty, but it feels good. When we make designs, we send it through email to our Dutch clients, they will be like smileys and wow, this is great, how did you know? And when we send a design to a Finnish customer, it can be that we don't hear anything. And then we start calling like, hey, you didn't reply to my mail, what do you think? If I didn't reply, it's probably good. Okay. So we had to get used to this a bit. And actually it's really effective. But every now and then we have to remind ourselves like, okay, no message is good message. Yeah.
Yeah, and also, you know, if you happen to get a compliment in Finland from a Finn,
yes.
then you are
then
the
we
best.
Dance and celebrate.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And the last question on this one was that, is it difficult to balance work and family, especially if you have kids and a family here? So
no, actually that goes really well here. Yeah, it's much easier for us here than it was in Holland, because in Holland people work a lot, and it's like, it's saying something positive. If somebody asks, how are you doing? Oh, really busy. Then wow, good. While if you say the same thing in Finland, it can be like, oh, why? I mean, that's not a good thing, right? You don't need stress. Let's lose the stress. So, and people appreciate that here. If I'm leaving for maybe Murky at 3 at Friday afternoon, people will understand, because you want to be with your family, you need it probably, so go for it. And this is new, and this is really, yeah, it's been lovely like that.
you like your Finnish forest then?
Yes.
I think you have to remind me of the question there. So,
Yeah, no worries, that's why I'm here. So, your employment story, did you study here or somewhere else, internship, your thesis, entrepreneurship, so forth?
sorry, I should have said at the beginning, I originally came from Scotland and married to a Finnish lady with a small family and 2 dogs as well. And a business to run, of course. So I'm mostly hotel management background, and with most of my working experience in vehicle car rental. And now I run my own car wash business. Does that add up? I don't understand it myself sometimes. But I think my parents are retired entrepreneurs themselves. I think maybe that's in my blood or whatever, but I think when I first came to Finland, I tried, of course, like everyone else, to try to learn the language, tried to seek employment, etc. with hotels, because of hotel trade, but nobody wanted to hire me. So I thought, well, okay then, I'll create my own job then, I think. So I created a job, I guess, or the business in a bus. When I was travelling home on the bus on probably a day like this, and I thought, hang on a minute, where are all these cars and vehicles get washed, apart from an automatic car wash, which gets completely ruined, by the way. And I thought, okay, when I get home, I'll start to Google hand washing, hand car washing. So I started to Google, just for Oulu, of course, and there was hardly anything. And I thought, I'll put a little twist to it. I'll put my savings and money and stuff into a small van. Put it into a small van. I'll put all the necessary equipment that I need to wash a car in the back of the van. And I'll go from A to B to B to C. And it worked. But then obviously the winter being so long and so harsh, I had to find a place. So I found a place in the centre of Oulu. That was it. Continue from there.
Did you find it difficult to start your company here?
Yes, a little bit. First of all, business plan. You have to have a bulletproof business plan, for sure. Because you'll be asked on a panel of people your projections, your figures, where you get them from, etc., etc. And I remember there was 3 individual men, very well experienced in business, etc. 2 of them shook their heads. No, that's not going to work. A van going from A to B to B to C to wash the cars? No, no. But one guy said, let's see, I'll take a punt. I'll say yes to that guy. And I think the main thing the person said yes was because of your passion. If you want to start a business and you're passionate about starting that business, 110%, go for it. Absolutely go for it. People will knock you down and stuff, but then that's where you rise up in a sense. Don't let it get to you.
And was it easy to adjust to the Finnish working culture? If you think about the part-time jobs you had, and then later when you built the company, so how has been the adjusting, if you compare to your history working in a hotels before and now the Finnish working culture?
Yes, silence. Again, the feedback I would get from getting a clean car to a customer, etc., etc. Yes, keys, payment, there you go. Was it good? Yes.
Not bad.
I was like, okay. But so no feedback in a sense is good feedback.
That's true. Sad but true, I must say. That's just my opinion. How has it been? Has it been difficult to balance between work and life and family and so forth?
It's challenging, I think. It can be challenging, but I believe I have a loving, understanding, family, wife, and that's one thing you have to remember as well. If you have obviously a family and you start your own business, there's lots of balls to juggle in the air, and especially if you have a business of your own, it's 24/7. It's literally 24/7. Like I said, your partner has to be very, very understanding. Your family has to be very, very understanding.
Thank you.
Do you want a reminder as
Yes,
well?
please.
So about your employment story, what have you done? Where have you worked? Your thesis, networking, internship.
So when I came to Finland, I remember that one of the things that I was told in the interview for the program was kind of like, oh, don't expect that you will get employment here because this is like a very, very small percentage of international students who can get an employment here in Oulu. And I was like, okay, well, that's very encouraging. Thank you. But that didn't stop me from being involved in general. And I kind of was, you know, in all the Facebook groups for students and whatever, checking out what are they posting there, what is happening here in the University of Oulu. And one post, actually, it was a post from the panelist that will be tomorrow, Sebastian. He was at that moment involved also around the Oulu University entrepreneurship scene, and he was like, hey, if anybody is interested in this topic, just talk to me. So we Skyped in, and he gave me like a brief understanding of what are the events, what are the projects that are going on around University of Oulu, and I was like, okay. You know, apart from my studies, I know that I will be busy, and I guess, oh, actually, here's Sebastian. Hi. Yeah, and I was like, I heard about Finland being a very, you know, like, I don't want to say depressing country, but you know, like you have to be active here, and that was one of the reasons I was like, okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I have a plan. I'm gonna study. I'm gonna be involved there, and I'm gonna volunteer. And so, first year of my studies was mostly volunteering, and it was a startup weekend. It was polar bear pitching and Oulu ES. It's an entrepreneurship societies here, so I was involved in all of these things and events. But that eventually got me a job here, which was a summer job. I kind of, it was mentioned by one of the people that I met that, you know, there are summer jobs here in Finland, have a look at them, maybe something that you can find. And I found this job, it's Stora Enso. It's one of the companies here in Oulu that it makes paper, and that beautiful mill that has a lot of smoke around it. And smell, yeah, and noise and a lot of other issues. They were looking for a summer employee who would speak Russian, Ukrainian, and English language, and I was like, oh my god, what a match! So I applied for that job and I got in, and that was my first job that I got here in Oulu. So like after a year, pretty much of studying. Then after that, I was looking for an internship as a part of my master's degree, and one of the coordinators of the program in another university was looking for an intern from university here. So like from University of Applied Sciences, he was looking like for an intern from here. And it was EduLab, which is this one semester program that allows students from different disciplines create together projects on education at that point. And again, it was kind of a match for me because on the one hand, I'm interested in education as my studies, and then I'm involved really with projects and entrepreneurship. And I applied for that one, and I also got it. It was, I guess one of the reasons I also got it is that they didn't really look for a Finnish speaker there. And my supervisor, my work supervisor, he's from Canada himself, and even though he's been here 10 years and he speaks Finnish, I still got a chance to be an English speaking intern in his program. And after that, which is right now, I've been a few months unemployed, but also I'm writing my master thesis, so I wasn't really looking for full-time employment. But because I've been involved around many projects that are organized by University of Oulu, I got a chance to work with people that I've been working all the time, and I'm working as a hourly at TELUS here in this space at Service Point, helping out people with bookings, making sure that the space is okay, and just providing best customer service I could do. Yeah, I think that's like my work history here. Kind of like more part-time employment, summer jobs, and stuff like that.
Cool. Was it easy to adjust to Finnish working culture? If you think about, for example, Stora Enso.
Yeah, well, I think that wasn't specifically Finnish. I mean, it is a Finnish culture, working culture, but it's also a corporate culture, which is so much different from what I've been working before. I was really involved with small projects or like small young teams, and then I come there and it's totally different environment. It's like it's offices, it's, you know, I don't want to say it's formal, but it's just a little bit different. One of the things was the schedule. I mean, it wasn't like hard to adjust to it, but I was just so surprised that like people come at 8 in the morning, which seemed to me super early. And then they leave at 4, and the funniest thing that like if they leave at 4, they like literally there's no one after 4 in the office, and I was like, what is happening? I'm not used to that. That was, and because it's this, you know, there are a lot of processes going on, like when you create documents for the customers and all of that, and the big company, like a lot of other parties are involved, and all of these parties work till 4. And so you have to, like, if there is someone who's expecting documents just a little bit later than 4, you literally have to email these other companies saying like, please, can you wait like 10 minutes after 4 and do this document for me. So that was one of the things that was weird to me. But and also, I have to say that in general, it was easy to adjust to Finnish culture for me. But it was also, I feel like I am not ready to work in Ukraine after this now, because it's been such a pleasure to work with people who trust a lot. There is this like super strong concept of trust in Finnish culture, and with Stora Enso, for example, it went into like me being a summer employee, and I was like, okay, they're probably gonna make me do all the paperwork, or like, you know, ask me to bring them coffee and stuff like that. At least that's kind of like what I came with from my background of being in Ukraine. But when I came here, it was such a surprise to me to see that they're like, no, you do this, yes, this is a very important document and you're gonna do it. Or like, yeah, this is a very hard system, but don't worry, you can make a mistake, you can do this, you know. And I did mistakes, I did a lot of failures there, but it wasn't like, you know, I didn't feel like I was, that my colleagues were disappointed in me. They're like, you know, it's fine, you're here first time, do it one more time. So that was a really nice thing. But another thing about Finnish culture, which kind of, I mean, it's the same thing about trust, but I countered it more in all the other projects that I was involved in, is that, again, because of trust, if you do take a responsibility here, it's not like back home, like, you know, okay, I'm gonna do this thing, but I'm gonna wait for my work supervisor to ask me about it before I actually start doing it, you know, or like, they will like kick me and like, you know, have you done it? Have you done it? And I was like, no, okay, well, I'll start now. Here in Finland, if you take responsibility for a project, you're like, I mean, of course you can get all the help you need, but in general, you're free to go. Like, you know, if I take a responsibility that I want to take care about, like, I don't know, about this specific space, you know, for the event, and they're like, great, do it. You're on your own now. And you're like, oh, do I need to contact these people alone? And they're like, yes, you contact them alone. I'm like, oh, do I do this program alone? And they're like, yes, you do it alone. And I was like, wow, that's like different. And that caused a lot of like weird situations for me when I was like, but you never asked me, you know, like you never told me that I needed to do that. I'm like, well, that's kind of obvious for Finnish people, but not for international students. So that was one of the like adjustment like moments for me, at least.
Cool, thank you.
Sorry, that was too long.
No, I think it's very interesting. I can actually relate a lot. I've worked past 4 years in South Africa, yeah. So I have taken my Finnish ways of working to South Africa, and I can add it, like, for example, in Africa I learned that, okay, things just happen, and now I'm so surprised that I have to be on time, always, yeah. Everywhere, please be early. So
yes,
something very basic.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think if I can add about the trust, for sure. Some of the customers that we get at Wash and Go, they pay first before the car wash. Like, okay, and they give you the keys first, 1 day before or whatever, and it can be, £120,000, €20,000 car. It's like, okay, you trust me with the keys, I won't go joyriding in it or something like that. It's like, great, but then that's something that was a surprisingly shock to me. But it's, everything.
That's actually true. Like, you can feel here that anyone can be trusted. Somehow Finland seems so small that even if you did me wrong, I can find you. Yeah. Or at least a friend. Then the next topic I have here is secrets of success. So we would like to talk about here of the maybe the Oulu's business ecosystem or the university ecosystem or the Finnish education system, what do you feel has helped you to success in Oulu, in Finland, and what are the features for that?
Thank you. Thank you.
Have I been able? Okay. It's not a secret, I don't think. I think many factors. Determination is one. You know, I can reflect back to the beginnings when I first came here. It was tough, you know. But then people were shaking their heads, and there was points in my life I thought, what am I doing here? You know, but you just have the courage, sisu, in a sense, to carry on, knock on the doors, get yourself noticed, you know, be out there, you know, get involved in lots of things, and something will happen. But I don't think it's a success. I think you can do it anywhere in the world. And I think you probably, you know, will do it if you were back in your home countries and stuff.
So I think there's this feedback culture might be making it more difficult, maybe because you need to be really brave in Finland. You need to really push yourself, and it's quite hard because Finns in general are very humble. So they might be like, "Why are you talking about yourself so much?" So I think that makes it very challenging. But what do you feel supported you the most in your beginning of your career? Like if you think of, was it maybe money, or was it customers, or just your own, was it just because of your own determination?
I think personally wise, my own determination. I didn't, you know, I didn't want the system to beat me, or whatever, if there was a system, you know. So I just didn't want to be a statistic in a way that, you know, I'm gonna pack my bags now and go back to, you know, to the UK and start over again, etc. You know, I've chosen this path and I'm gonna walk it. I mean, so I think that's my view.
Yeah, I think you've really got a big point there. I think it's being an entrepreneur wherever you are, even if you would be in another country, determination would be very important. And sometimes it's what gets you through the day. And something I would like to add there is also something global, I think, but just celebrate successes. Like in the beginning you have many because there's so many new things, so every day there's something to find that was good at the day, you know. Yes, I got that loan, or yes, I got my first order. It's only €100, but let's celebrate. And then I think something else is celebrated with the people that are helping you. So they see that it's working, they're helping you, and you're happy, and you're growing. And don't forget about the people there that are offering help, because yeah, sometimes it's hard to ask help, because when you're starting a business you need a lot of help. And then you feel like, yeah, I'm just going to do this on my own, I'm going to figure this out. Especially if you don't speak Finnish, then you need a lot of help, because there's a lot of papers to be filled in that can either be in Finnish or in Swedish, and if you don't master both, then you need a lot of help. And just celebrate it with the people that are helping. That's, yeah, that was something very important for us in the beginning. And share. I mean, yeah, sometimes maybe Finns are not used to sharing positive things, but they will like it if they see that you're here because you like it here and things are going well. Of course, that's nice to hear from people. So just share it. It's nice to see. I would like to hear a lot of positive stories every day. Yeah. And then something that helped us in the beginning financially was we got a Finvera loan. That was very important for us. Also because they trusted us. They saw our business plan and they were like, yes, this is going to work. You come here. And we already got a sort of a guarantee that we were going to get this loan before we came. So this also helped us. We are from another EU country, so we can come into Finland and stay there for half a year. But I mean, we are bringing 3 kids, so we would like to know, can we please stay longer than 6 months? And so we went to immigration office and filed for that, and then we could also say, look, we have this Finnvera loan, they believe in us, we have a good business plan. And so I think within a week we already received notice that we could stay forever. So that was like, okay, we have one more big point to celebrate. But that was really, that few people at Finnvera that believed in us, and that helped a lot at the beginning.
I do agree with the point of sharing. I felt like in a lot of cases what helped me get whatever project I want to be involved or whatever employment I wanted is talking to people, is saying what you want. It's, you know, not being shy about, like, you know, being open, like, hey, like, I am looking for an employment. If you have anything, if you hear about anything, just let me know. And people share things. That's like, I mean, it was kind of a surprise to me, I guess. I don't know, was it? But like, I started like noticing, you know, if I wanna be volunteer and I wanna do this specific thing, I just come and I tell that to a person. And it doesn't matter if it will happen or if it won't happen, but you know, at least that person knows what you want, that what you're looking for, and they're like, next time, oh, you know, I know that, for example, another event has someone, you know, looking for this position, so, you know, just contact them. And that kind of leads to one thing that definitely helped me is people. Just international people supporting international people here, or Finnish people that you get to know, because with Finnish people you can notice it is hard to become their friends, but when you are friends with them, they're being the best support you can get here. They're being really friendly. It's just that question of like breaking that border between you as like strangers and then becoming friends. But after, when you are friends, they're ready to help you. They're ready to support you if you need help, and of course if you help them. I mean, it's obvious, you know, it's how it works. But yeah, just people and just sharing what you want, what are you strong at, because, well, again, if we talk about the modesty of Finnish people, like, you kind of, you know, they wouldn't really share that much, but I do recommend that you at least do that. Like, you say, like, hey, I'm strong in this and this and this, I can take this and this position. Do you have that? And sometimes just like, you know, knocking on the door, even if it's like seemed to be closed, even if you don't have a, like, there is a company that doesn't have an open position, just email them like, hey, well, I am looking for an employment. If you have anything on your mind, or in future, could I collaborate with you? Could I work with you in future if you will open any positions? Like this kind of knocking on the door also was a thing that helped me a lot.
So networking.
Networking, yeah, people. I mean, I'm a people person also, so like for me, it's been my way of doing things here.
Cool, thank you. Next we're gonna touch on Finnish skills. How good is your Finnish? How important do you think Finnish is in Finland? Are you able to actually work without Finnish? What do you think about this weird language?
It is a dragon of the languages. Like, it is so hard. Like I have background in linguistics. And I have to say, none of that helped me learn Finnish language. It is so hard.
Determination.
It is. Oh my God! It made me cry. Like, it's so hard, because as a student you come here and you learn this survival in Finnish language, and at that point, like when I finished my first course, I was like, no, this is not gonna work. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do that. Although being here for a second year already, and encountering some of the like applications, some of the jobs that I was applying for, I did receive several no's because I don't know Finnish language. So I would say it is very important, and I would say that I mean, I even see that like working in TELUS right now. You know, a lot of people, they come to Service Point and they start speaking Finnish, and I was like, hello, I'm sorry, I don't speak Finnish. Could you say in English? And it's like, oh, okay, englanti, and they start like speaking. So, you know, like, you can see that it is a little bit of a problem. So if you are determined to learn the language, do that. It won't be like redundant in any case if you're staying here. For me, at first I wasn't really planning on staying that long in Finland. Now I am. And I am thinking seriously about starting Finnish language because that would help a lot in finding employment in future, like more permanent employment, because right now it's more part-time jobs, so it's okay-ish, and it's international environment that I'm hanging, so it's okay-ish. But then also, I don't know, it makes me sometimes think, if I want to move to Helsinki, for example, I feel like Helsinki is more international, and Finnish language is not as important there as in Oulu, so I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. Let me know, but for me it seems like yes, it is important, especially if you're gonna stay like somewhere in smaller cities of Finland or in north of Finland. Yes, it is important, but at the same time, I don't know, if you're gonna work at University of Oulu, maybe no. If you're gonna work in Helsinki, maybe no. I don't know.
I'm quite fortunate that I think most of my clients speak some English. Occasionally, obviously, when I get new customers, they don't. But they speak to me in Finnish, and I try my best to speak to them in Finnish. And through the years, I believe I've improved. And I think it's all about trying to meet in between, you know, in a sense. You know, it's fine hand signals, or you want your car wash, you're not coming here for a pizza, are you? You're coming here for a car wash, you know. So I think, you know, it plays a social role, I think, in the actual Finnish language. If you know how to converse quite confidently in Finnish, you know, I'm not saying you'll get lots and lots of friends, but you know, it'll probably help you open a few more doors and be comfortable with people, you know, and so on. But I personally, you know, think it's not a high necessity. My personal opinion.
Yeah, for me it's quite important because I'm in design, and design can be a very personal thing. So I feel that it would help me greatly if I could understand exactly what people mean, and it helps them to express in their own language. So there are many clients now, or prospects, that I can't really reach because I can't speak their language. So for me it's an important thing, and at the moment I'm studying still Finnish. I have been doing so since I came here. I'm still basic level, but so after this I'm going to my study again. It's Kesä yliopisto. I would highly recommend it, especially if you have a family. So our kids are going to regular school here in Jääli, where we live, and they are doing really well in Finnish. The first 2 months they didn't speak, and then it went, because they're kids and they just do it. They're doing lovely, and but I can't really communicate with the other parents. It takes me a lot of energy to read all the messages that I get from school, so I don't feel I can participate the way I would like to. So for me it's very important. And I think that if you have a job or looking for a job in international culture, it might not be so important. But if you want to stay here for a long time and have kids maybe, or walk with your dog too, and have conversations and understand what people are thinking about and speaking about, then really do it. It's really difficult, but the good thing about it, if you succeed, then you have done like the hardest thing really. So I would say yes.
So I would conclude that you can survive without Finnish,
yeah,
but you better learn it,
yeah,
basically. I think it's a long path to get through to learn the language. But I know people who have lived in Finland for a year and speak fluent Finnish, so it's not impossible. I'm encouraging everybody, a young exchange student. So
with lots of time, yeah.
It's also just about the environment that you're in. A lot of international students, they are in their international bubble, and they learn Finnish language, but it is really hard for them to practice because they are surrounded by international students, and in Finnish people are not that comfortable of like getting to know another international people, and that's like one of the reasons it is really hard. But then when you actually, like my friend, she got a job at some point, and it was like for her, she was always surrounded by Finnish language, and she was like, "Oh my God, I'm learning, I'm learning so many new words just because she's surrounded by it, just because there are emails, there are people talking, and you get to learn it if you are surrounded by it. So of course."
Yeah, so that could be a good tip as well. Like,
surround yourself.
Find yourself Finnish. Like one of my classmates had to go to a shop alone and find a baking soda. So now she knows ruokasoda because she had to Google it actually, what is it? So make yourself to survive with it. Then about career advice, what has worked for you or for your friends, what hasn't? What do you think you should avoid as a foreigner when you want to get a job here in Oulu or in Finland? What kind of tips could you give for the career, international career here, or a career for our international students here in Oulu or Finland?
Well, first of all, I would say the network is really important. So if you know what kind of job you're looking for, make sure that you will be in that network already. And second of all, what always worked for me is don't just write an email and send your CV. We've had quite a lot of applications already, even though we don't have a vacancy, but people find us and then they send an email and CV, sometimes portfolio, and that's it. And I always look at them, and I reply like, okay, we don't have an opening at the moment, or but if they would also call me, it would be different. Maybe there, I mean, not to have an opening or yes, we have an opening, there's like this grayish area. If somebody is like really good at what they do and they speak Finnish, that would be handy for us. And then they would convince me that they could help us with our company, maybe there would be an opening. I mean, but yeah, so get that phone and call people, maybe before you send the application. And also what helped me always is try to be a bit creative. Don't just send an email with your CV, but make it personal. Check the website, check around, do you know people who already work there? Maybe ask them if you can mention their name. And also just, I mean, okay, you want a job like an app developer, then create an app that leads to your CV, or do something creative so people will notice you. They won't just click you away because, wow, what happened here? They really make an effort they really want to work here. So yeah, that's my tip. Just think out of the box. Don't think like, oh yes, I went to this course where they taught me how to write my CV. No, just start over, look at that company, what kind of people would they need, and try to show yourself as that creative person who really wants this job. That's my advice.
I think I would agree on networking for sure, definitely. Position yourself where you want to be positioned, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And when you establish the networks, you know, they can open so many other doors for you as well. Yeah, I think. But then, I guess the scenario would be like, how do you network if you're not in the network? You know, but you know, you just have to again be determined, be persistent, be seen. You know, be seen, be noticed, etc., etc., and then it will happen. It will happen. I agree. You know, think out of the box. Don't be very formative. You know, I mean, don't like really follow the rules, so to speak. You know, be a little bit more adventurous. When people come to Wash and Go for an employment kind of thing, you know, the first thing obviously I ask them is, do you have any experience in car washing? And they say no, and I say, great, absolutely great, you don't have any experience. They're shocked. It's like, why? Because I can start completely afresh.
Yeah.
With you, completely fresh, no mistakes. You do it my way, so to speak, and do it the way that I would like the company to reflect. So, you know, it's get yourself out there, get yourself noticed. You know, think out of the box.
I would add on it only because of course networks, but also kind of learn to adjust to those things that how Finnish people are, like this trust. Learn to trust yourself, other people, to other people. Learn to be an early bird and get to work at 8 and then finish at 4. Like learn these small things that are happening in their working culture, but at the same time, don't be afraid to be creative. Yes, don't be afraid to be a little bit nicer, you know, because I mean, you know, if they're not answering, yes, you can also be like not answering emails, but yeah, at the same time, it's what does it take to only say thank you in the email and then, you know, kind regards. So yeah, so like adjust to some of the things, but then try to like still, you know, don't go fully into Finnish mode. Be like Finn at some point, but then still, you know, keep this like your culture and yourself. Keep the, I don't know. Yeah, I hope I answered. I hope I explained.
Yes, you did. Before we're gonna go to the closure, I would like to ask, does the audience have any questions for any of the visitors or all of the visitors? I'll start. You can think a little more. This is my own question. Future plans. Where do you see yourself? Are you gonna stay here in our lovely weather, or you are planning to leave, or what? How do you see the future?
I'm a student. Well, it's kind of tied to my residency permit, of course. My residency permit is ending in the beginning of August, and after that I'm open for unemployment. I'm looking for a job, and depends really on the job. If I have a job here, no, I will definitely stay here. But I am planning on moving to Helsinki. I do want to move to that bigger city. I myself am from a bigger city, so 2 years of Oulu was enough for me. It was great, but I just want to move on a little bit, and I will be looking for jobs in Helsinki, hopefully. Yeah.
I think personally wise, being an entrepreneur, you want to grow business and always continuing to trying to grow the business. How to grow the business? Obviously get more customers, therefore get more bigger premises or additional premises, etc., employ more people, etc. So I think if you are an entrepreneur, for sure you always have to think steps ahead of yourself, the future.
Yeah, for us it's the same. I would like to grow steadily, stay here in Oulu. We really enjoy life here, so we're not planning on moving anywhere else. But yeah, getting more stable company would be nice, because first year have been a bit like peaks and all kinds of things. So grow steadily, and then yeah, it would be nice if we could grow towards having our own company. Our own premises somewhere where we can hire employees or work together with freelancers, for example, some creative community. But we do it day by day. So our motto, if you would use it, is something like, we just like to make everything a bit more beautiful, a bit more effective every day, step by step. And then you will see after a few years, like, wow, big things happen. True.
Any other questions? Well, was the question if there was anything. So the question is there anything that the University of Oulu or City of Oulu or Entrepreneurship Society or so forth could have done to help you adjust to the culture or to the working life or to the business society better? Is there anything any of these factors could have made better?
Apart from, I think, the initial start loan that you got from the employment office, I think it was a maximum of 8 months, 12 months, something like that, and after that you're on your own. I think if you start a business from scratch, so to speak, I think there should be better benefits in the way of, like, for example, lower taxation to help the business grow for X amount of years, or the first year and a half, 2 years. you know, better support in that sense, better support in the entrepreneurship business background, because I couldn't really find much. Maybe it's because of the language skills, I don't know, but you know, I had to find it myself through the little, you know, people that I kind of knew and things like that. So I think perhaps more exposure from maybe business owner or council or things like that. Say, hey, start your business. This is what you can get.
I mean, we as students, we discuss a lot of, you know, what could have been done better, how could they orient us even better, but I think the University of Oulu is doing an okay job with that, and I really think that, you know, they can read us millions of lectures on how to work in Finland, but if you don't work, like if you don't start and you don't try yourself, it'll be really hard to understand what those lectures mean, what those theories mean. So I mean, I would just say maybe like if they encouraged more of like pushing people to pushing people to like volunteer, to like be in a project, and that's what they are doing. Like we have a lot of, I don't know, like future factories happening right at the start of like international orientations, student orientation, and a lot of that stuff. So I don't really think like if there's any better way, like I cannot say anything, but I just know that, you know, like encouraging them to try to work but that's also if they're looking for that, because I have a lot of my friends here that they're just not looking for that, you know, they're just here for their research and or just for a master's degree, and then they're going back home. So debatable, but you know, yeah, I would say maybe like if we're talking about Finnish employment, then specifically, you know, like just go and do it, just go and try it, just go and maybe integration with if they could somehow support the integration, not integration, but like more bridge building between Finnish people and international people, because I feel like there is, even with how much it is already good here, the situation, I feel like it needs to be more like integrated courses of like international programs and Finnish programs, because I mean, Finns speak English, it's not a problem for them. Yeah, that's maybe one thing.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking about is that before we started, there was quite a lot of help. There was people helping us, like, what do you need to get started? But after we started, there was nothing. So sometimes I wondered, like, maybe there would be somebody that could call us or just ask us, like, hey, you started half a year ago, you started a year ago, how is things happening now? Do you need some advice somewhere? Can we help you with the network? Maybe that would have helped, because we were just, I mean, almost sometimes head down on the water, surviving, and we didn't really think about who can help us, and we didn't know about. So maybe that would be something that the city of Oulu could have done to help us, you know, just check on us regularly. Have somebody connected to us that just runs in every now and then and asks, hey, how are you doing? You were telling about this, and how did it go?
Yeah, like a little tutor.
Like a little tutor, yeah. Or big, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cool. Any other questions? Yeah.
Just a little bit of comments on this thing. Like, I agree with so many things that Vera said. Like, she's a student, I think. Like,
come close.
Thank you. Yes.
And, I really agree with her what she says, but I have just I really want to ask you, like, you have some experience here in working environments in Oulu. You know, finding a job in Finland, it's really well planned. Like, if you're studying your bachelor's degree at university, there are so many opportunities for you to go and start doing some internships or summer jobs in the firms and companies, and eventually you gain some knowledge, and probably most probably you're going to continue your work in the same company that you did your internship with. But this is not really an option for master's degree students and internationals, because you only study for 2 years, so you don't have that much time, like 4 years or 3 years, to look for internship. You only have 2 summers to find summer jobs, and most of the students wind up not finding summer jobs in the firms. And I think that international students are outside of the SNU, like finding these internships. And as you said, like you should try, and of course that's the best advice that you can give. But there should be something to change the structure, because structurally, like it's hard to get the internship. And I think this is something that should help, because I have another fact. Most of, if you look at the PhD students, there are more tend to be internationals rather than Finns, because Finns can find a job like there. Mostly people are more prone to like going out there and working. Like there are some only nerds are less than other people who want to work. So mostly international students, when they don't find this opportunity outside in work in the job market, they go and continue their studies. So less Finnish students there, PhD researchers. So my question is like, if you can comment to me or like give some advice, like what should be done to help the structure to grow, like putting this like in kind of into the bureaucracy, you know, for internationals also to have the same chance for finding internships. Because when you get graduated after 2 years and you cannot go for internships, then of course it's harder to find like permanent jobs, applying for permanent jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is a problem, and it is true for international students. There are, but you see, like, I feel like they are starting to do that. But the problem is that Finland is a very bureaucratic country, and all of the processes that are happening of these internationalizations they're really slow. I know that student unions are trying to encourage more English language even in these like emails that they're sending out, and I know that the program they're starting to do that. There are a lot of initiatives. It's just because it's a structure, like it's a very paper-based country. It is like that. It takes time. And it is true, a lot of big companies, a lot of, big establishments, they are taking in also people that they know. So one of the things is that, just expand, from your side, from side of a person that is looking for a job, expand your networks, be that person that they know also. And, it is a problem yourself. Try to maybe, like this initiative, even Löyly, it was a student initiative. And it is kind of like, was born from the problem of international, we have festipäivä, yeah, but it was for Finnish students, and then now Löyly is it's more open for international students also. So you see that problem. You can also you yourself can contribute to that, solving that problem. But yeah, more initiatives like that. But otherwise, it just takes time really, because what was it? 2005, I think there was Ministry of Economics published encouragement for all the companies to be more international, which means that more and more companies should use English language. So it is there on paper, but it's just, I can imagine that it's hard to make it fast process.
Any other comments?
I don't even know if this is relevant or not, but established Finnish companies, should it be, for example, that they have to employ full-time a certain amount of international people, or foreign people? I don't know.
So, last couple of minutes, I would like to ask you to mention one important thing for the students who want to get employed. One thing that you would want everybody to remember.
First of all, I would like to ask you, how many of you are looking for a job? Okay. And how many of you are thinking about starting your own company here? A few. Okay. Congratulations. Well, yeah. I think the most important thing is whatever you're trying to do, start a business or find a job which suits you really well. I think the best thing to do is try to position yourself there. Already think about how am I going to live when I am an entrepreneur? How am I going to live when I have that job? Just try to position yourself like that and then try to find from there. So if you would like to work at Stora Enso, try to position yourself there and okay, what kind of people do I meet there? What kind of things do I need to work there? What kind of network do I need? And try to get yourself into that. I think that's how I did it always. Yeah.
I would like to say that small steps lead to big steps. Okay. And if you're wanting to start your own business, go for it. If you're wanting to finish your course or whatever and stuff like that, do it. Really do it. Work your rear end off, so to speak, and get there.
I would say be confident in yourself, meaning understand yourself really well. I had a talk with my friend who's into psychology a lot, and she was like, I realized that being confident in yourself is actually like knowing yourself, because when for example, that I have for example, strong sense of humor, and then when a person comes to you and says, no, you're a bad comic, and you're like, no, I am a good comic, like I know that's a confidence in yourself, when you understand yourself. And understanding yourself comes from experience, from different experiences that you have throughout life. So yeah, be confident in yourself, learn yourself, understand what you're good at, what you're bad at, and know that.
Thank you. I want to thank our audience and our amazing 3 visitors. I really enjoyed.
Thank you.
So let's applause for all of us.
Can I just add a note? If anyone has questions, I am around. Tell us. You can come and talk to me. Also, I don't know if you want to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the panelists, and thank you, Jonna. And let's give a round of applause one more time. And now, don't go too far. We have a very interesting keynote speaker who moved to Oulu from China and graduated from the Oulu Business School, completed a master's degree and MBA degree, wasn't it? And she has been developing her career here ever since. And now she is here to tell you a story about a journey from the classroom to an office room. So let's put our hands together for Zara Kukkamaa. Is it Zara or Sara? Zara Kukkamaa. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Sarah, I will put your presentation. Yeah. Couple of seconds to wait for the presentation. But before that, we don't have many people. But you have better chance to get some earplugs, some takeaways. I will say to you when you're done. I think where are we nice? Right here. Cool. Slideshow and let's try with it. the classes sometimes. I'm Zara. Zara as the Spanish brand Zara. Kukkamaa is a Finnish family name, which I changed later on. I was like you a few years back. I was a student just in the classroom, just like you. I sent tons of CVs. I tried mini matchmaking myself also, so I know exactly what it's like being here right now. Yeah, let me just take you to my journey a little bit. So hopefully some of the stories can inspire you in some ways. Okay. I heard this way it works. Yes. Can I still have some technical support? Yeah. Well, while they're working on it, I think I'm able to memorize what I'm going to speak. Yeah. Okay. Great. I come from China. Yes. So this is the country I come from. But you probably have heard about Beijing, Shanghai. But I actually come from this small northern place, very close by Russia. And then I moved to this area close by Shanghai and studied there until I came to Finland. So I spent 14 years there, 19 years there. So in my life I have a little bit experience of culture change and location change. And then after that, all the way to Finland. This doesn't support me that well. All right. Okay, so I'm going to share my story here in Finland, starting from 2011 when I first came to study here. And I was studying at Oulu Business School for full-time MBA study. Okay, so here you can see this is my classmates. We had a group of less than 10 people, so let's say it wasn't really the most popular study program to take in. But I have to say, 1 year of MBA study, I did learn quite a lot. So that probably when you're at school, you don't feel like all those knowledges, all those theories you got from classes really help you that much. But later on, when you actually work, you start to realize something you memorize, some model you got, they do help you. And I started to work. I was recruited by a local company called Level Group back then, but unfortunately that company went bankruptcy later on. But still, I had very happy 2 years working with, as you see, most of the guys, because it was a technical company. I was working focused on Chinese market, and in my responsibility, pretty much China and Finland related, and both ways. I would travel with my colleagues to China, building connections for the business, developing the business and finding clients, that sort of thing, as well as hosting Chinese visitors to Finland. Also arranging different kinds of events, building local communities when it's about doing business in China. So very active 2 years of my career. And then about that time, possibly around second year while I was working, I developed another hobby. And that hobby was related to cooking. I think some of you really enjoy cooking as well. And while I was doing that, I'm not sure if you heard about Big Restaurant Day. So it's about a day where you can sell food without any license. So I participated as a way to kind of gain some extra money. But in the meanwhile, just to test out this food idea, if it's possible, I can bring it to an actual business. So while I was working, I was just trying out different kinds of things. So this is like an idea, a soup with boiled food, very Asian style. We have some Asian here, so you might feel familiar with it. But actually, lots of hard things as well. Because here in Finland, once you actually decide to bring food into a real business, there are lots of paperwork, bureaucracies, lots of things you have to learn. And in Finnish language, it wasn't the funnest part, but well, I got some materials in English eventually, and tons of studies. And eventually, by testing out, going through some really intensive reading and exams, I started my first part-time business in food. And that's when I started. And after 2 years of working at Robroo Group, after the company went bankruptcy, luckily I got something in my hand so I could also work full-time with. That's when I started working full-time with food. So basically what I did was those 3 areas with same food. I could pop up at different events, lots of students' events as well, like like widows and different kinds of things that's happening in city. I would just move the machine. It wasn't that big. It was just like this size and materials. And I was also hired to just go to cater at some companies or some trainings. Well, one thing I did that was really valuable was to register this trademark, European Union trademark of the company back then called Hohot. So it was a sole trader, one-person company. So I was doing everything alone, which actually was a lot of work. And then through collaboration, I also started working with local Chinese restaurants, bringing very kind of authentic Chinese food and send them out as a lunch buffet or lunch delivery. And then we also do this really kind of Chinese, really authentic food as events. And a few years back, 2014, 2015, it got quite popular at that time. Some events we could get 400 eaters eating at the same time, and tons of nice feedback. It got popular at some point. But still, actually, what I wanted to say, because some of you like food and consider about food as business, it was still quite hard, although it was really popular. I was able to get some popularity, I was able to earn something, but honestly, it was not enough to make a living out from it. It was really not, and I was working really, like, apart from sleeping, and then the rest of the time I was working. It was hard work, it was fun, but it was not enough to live. So I was lucky enough, I was then introduced to work to full-time work again to my current employer. It's called Robroo, and I'm not sure if you heard about it. It is ranked as the fastest growth company in Finland, and it's growing quite fast. I joined it in 2016 when I was starting to explore more and more Chinese markets, so I went back to my Chinese market profession, and I've been there until now. So I brought some gifts from there, so feel free to take some earplugs. So yeah, this is Robroo. If you walk or take bike from here to city center, I'm sure you walk past it. It's in Aaltje. Or you might have heard about Robroo if you watch Galabat game, because it's one of the biggest sponsors, and you will find the players having the logos of Robroo. So this is a team. We have some Galabat players visiting. Of course, this is not whole team, but just to give you some idea, very happy team, and red is the theme color there. Yeah, this is Galabat, the ranked Robroo as a growth company winner of the year. And what it does, Robroo does it develops these IoT solutions for different vertical markets. So those are the things Robroo is involved. And I'm working in the marketing team as well as collaborating with our Chinese partners. So it is still kind of interesting experience trying to promote the super technical part of work and trying to implement them and show to the world this is what we do, well, as I have never learned about IoT and technical things. So it's been a challenge, but a fun one. This is some showcase of what I do at Robroo. So I'm responsible for the graphical design and commercial graphics. And as well as I've been into some recruitment event as well. So you might find me at some point if you visit some job fairs. I'm also involved with China-related things. As I said, this is, for instance, one thing that we have entered a competition, and writing competitions is part of my job as marketing team member. But actually, it's so small marketing team. I am actually involved in so many things, including award application, as you see, graphic design, as you've seen in the previous slide, and also like communications, Chinese localizations, and like marketing, you know, so many things. Yeah, here's an example when our Chinese interns came, and I was there trying to lead them and explaining about the business, showing them how to start, what's Finnish working is like. Okay, so another thing that defines me quite well is that I'm a part-time entrepreneur. So back again, entrepreneurship and startup business is really kind of in my genes. So if I have a full-time job, if I feel secured, I'm not really feeling secured. So I like to do something of my own and working really together with people that are similar to me and create something that is really our own. So whatever happens, if the employer doesn't work out, I have something of my own. So this is just some example of what we are doing in our own whole consulting team. So then this one is fully China and Finland business related. So we have consulting services for Finnish companies when they are trying to go to China. And then we also have themed tourism when Chinese students or Chinese patients want to study or taking some medical treatments here. That's where we are involved. So it's quite a fun journey. As I said, I registered the trademark in my previous company, and then we just transferred the whole thing, kept the same name to this new company. And this is a picture of the three founders. We are about the same age. It was taken 2016 in December when we started this. And at this point, the food just gone because it just took too much work, and when you're working full-time, it couldn't work. And then we figured out when you're offering services, you can actually do it in your free time. And I have to say, it's taken quite a lot of my free time. And we have grown from 3 people to today we have about over 10 team members. Many of us are working part-time, so it's not that kind of super big company with tons of revenue or something like that, but it's more like people working together and growing together and building a family of your own so that you can grow together. So here are some examples of what we are doing. So we have lots of meetings and activities, and of course tons of work like online, offline. As there are team members of over 10 people, we have people in Oulu, we have people in Helsinki, and we have people in China, and even one as far as in Chile in South America. So yeah, this is kind of a journey that you see. We've been to lots of events, on team activities, learning, training together, hiring photographer, taking professional photos for us. Yeah, just working together. This picture, for instance, is when Chinese travel agencies came here, and we were showing them around Finland, mostly to promote the Finnish education to them. Yeah, lots of things, going to activities, exhibitions, and this, for instance, is kind of a project that we were serving the local Chinese community, where we offer them free tickets to watch ice hockey games. Yeah, just different kinds of meetings. And these are our first ever interns, starting from last year. This one I personally supervised, and he's still with the team at this moment. And I have to say, he has grown quite a lot along with the team, as all of us. Yeah, just having Chinese students studying here, and visiting around, experiencing Chinese, Finnish study culture, going to different places, giving presentations, sharing the stories, that sort of thing. Yeah, okay, so I'm quite on time. That's basically what I've been doing since I was here last 7 years. I've been a student, I've been working full-time, and I've been part-time entrepreneur. So yeah, that's about me. And I was told some myths when I was a student, and I think some of you are still hearing that thing. So just to close my presentation, I'm going to share a little bit of my views on some things that I was told, and I have learned over the years whether or not that is true. So hopefully you don't have to agree with me, but just to give you some ideas. First one, I think this is a very common one. You have to learn Finnish language so you can find a job. Do you agree with that? I would say yes and no from my side. Yes, it's because in some work, you really do have to have the Finnish language skills in order to pass the exams, all the certificates, in order to work in there. For instance, if you're a doctor, you have to go there with the Finnish language, the whole certificates and something. But then in my field, as I would say no with, if your work is related to international markets, and if your work is really nothing related to Finnish language, you don't have to learn the language. I didn't learn the language. I was only at the survival Finnish course, so I survived. And yeah, for lots of work, you really don't have to learn the language. But still, I would say knowing the language does help. Some companies might use you not being able to speak Finnish as an excuse not to hire you, though that's not really the best case. But it helps with communication, understanding what your colleagues are talking about, some chit-chats, so it helps. It's really up to your personal choice whether or not you want to learn the language. And I have to say, Finnish language, it takes lots of efforts. It's not like that, and then you just conquer the language. It takes effort, and it's your own decision whether or not to learn. But either way, you should be able to find a job and survive in Finland. Another myth I heard quite a lot, or even people who are already working, they still are keeping quite strong mind about it, that you have to acquire some hardcore skills so you can find a job. Hardcore skills are things like coding, which we often hear, or graphic design, or you have to have certain certificates in order to enter a job, or you have to know certain system in order to be able to work. With my experience, actually I personally know graphic design quite well. It's not a must. So nowadays, especially when technology is going like that, you don't have to. And there are things that are more important, more skills, other skills that are more important. I would say human skills. So you being able to explain yourself, being able to communicate, if you have a sense of commercial, if you're able to negotiate, if you have the team working spirit, I would say these are things that get you a lot further in future, although it's really hard to show at the beginning when you're applying for a job. That's why hardcore skills, you stand out more easily. But with time, I would say the soft skills, the human skills, they help a lot more along the way. A third one is to get a mentor, or you won't be qualified for your jobs. For this one, I would say no. You don't have to have a mentor to go forward with your own career, although a good mentor might help as well. So it's, again, up to your personal choice. Having a mentor who is super successful, it doesn't mean that the personal relationship you have with your mentor is perfect. And it doesn't mean the mentor is always there to support you when you have questions in your career. So it's this question mark over there. But in the meanwhile, if you are able to find a mentor who is in every step to when you're going forward to support you, to answer your questions in the right way, then it is super, super good relation to have a mentor. And just one thing I would like to share with my experience of mentor and menteeship. If you find a mentor who is a lot higher, in a lot higher position than yourself, like some really famous person who appears on newspaper and news all the time, if you have that kind of mentor with you, it does give you lots of faith, like you feel proud you have a mentor like that. But you might need to consider whether these mentors' suggestions are most useful for you, because they have come a long way, and them in your level will be 10, 20 years ago. So their experience with that time might not be most useful for you. So personal experience, what kind of mentor I find more helpful is when you are here, you find someone a little bit ahead of you. So this person can guide you with the most useful information for your career at your current position, in your current situation. And this person is able to grow with you. So when you feel like you have gained something and you're growing, but in the meanwhile, this person doesn't stop there. This person also grows himself. So whenever you're along your way of career, you have questions, there's always someone just a little bit ahead of you, can be there to guide you. That is really helpful. Another myth is to present at all job affairs and then send your CVs as many as you can. I think this is kind of a game, number game, or if you have your success rate really low, then trying with the quantity might give you a very big help. And actually, I've heard success stories that it does help. If you send 200, 300 CVs, you might get something. Yes. And I just want to give you another perspective, which you might already heard, but just from my side. My 2 full-time jobs I got in Oulu, neither of them came from sending CV or attending job fairs. Both of them came from a common connection who knows there's this company who's going to hire this kind of person and you're the right person to go to, and I'll just connect you there. So having a connection, a quality connection that can introduce you to the available job, that so far in Oulu, at least I think, is most helpful. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't keep your CV. Do that, because people they are going to see it. And if you're introduced to a certain company for a certain job, I'm sure the employer will check your LinkedIn profile. So please make sure you still have that, but still consider trying to acquire connections, network that can help you through your career. Maybe that is actually more effective. And you can do that through going to networking events, just normally making more friends, and trying to have it a little bit away from the university side, more into the society, or just volunteer, meet people, and eventually you will start to realize that, hey, I know enough people, and if I want some favor, there's someone I know who I can turn to, who can help you. And I think that's something I also personally benefited from there. And last myth, getting job is the only way. Is it the only way? It's not the only way, right? You don't have to find a job in order to start your career, and you don't have to have an employer to prove that you're successful. That's something through my entrepreneurship journey I really realized it means a lot if you have something of your own that you could call as your own. Some said if you are working somebody, that's the worst business you have, because you have only one customer. All your career depends on one person's decision. But then if you start your own company and you have a dozen of customers, then you don't lose too much if one just decided not to continue working with you. So consider that. Then again, entrepreneurship is not something for everybody, because I have to tell you, it's lots of work. There's no guarantee you will earn enough, but you get a chance. Okay, so yeah, that's all for today's presentation. I have a personal contact information slide if I can get there. So feel free to contact me if you have any questions. And I'll be at tomorrow's After Löyly event, so if you have more questions, you can ask me. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Zara. Thank you. So now, in just a couple of minutes, we have our next keynote. And just a quick reminder that after this keynote, around 4 p.m. there is still the last workshop of today, which is the pitching workshop. Pitch yourself in a minute. And it will be at the business kitchen at the end of this Tellus library. And tomorrow we're gonna have this Löyly event in the OAMK, the vocational, is it vocational school? Yeah, they changed it. It's the University of Applied Sciences. And after tomorrow's Löyly event, we will have the after Löyly, jälkilöylyt, in Health to Organic H2O or H2O in Finnish. It's a nice little restaurant / lunch place in the city center. You can find the information when you go to Löyly's Facebook page or the internet www, if you still use those kinds of URLs. And in this networking event, we will have music from a DJ, and you can have some snacks, and you can connect with like-minded people. And it will be tomorrow at 6 until 8. But now we are ready with the technology. Just about. The next speaker, as I mentioned, is the final keynote speaker for today. He has lived in Finland for 30 years, I think, if I'm correct. At least 30 years. And he has held senior leadership roles in some of the largest technology companies. Nokia, Microsoft, wasn't it?
I'll come back to that.
Yeah, you can tell us more. And he has quite a unique window into Finland, as we were discussing Finnish lunch habits a couple of hours ago. Maybe he can tell you more. He is Greg Livingstone, and he's telling us something about Finland from the outside, and you can use this mic.
Okay.
Or let's put our hands together for Mr. Greg Livingstone.
Thank you. Oh, very loud. Hello. Come on. Hello. Okay. As was said, I'm Craig Livingstone, and I'm a great believer in it's the quality, not the quantity in the audience that's important. So luckily I have the best people here now. I'll talk a little bit about what I've done, why I'm here. Unlike some of the people, if you've heard them earlier today, I'm at the end of my career, not the beginning. So I have all the experience, but none of the promise. But that's okay. I can live with it. Hang on. I have to go over here. I have to learn the choreography. Okay. So, very quickly what I'll go through is me, Finland, and then a few key takeaways. The pictures you see here are representative of my life. So, a long tunnel, and then the exit after 24 years in Nokia. So, right, caveats. I have to be careful, I'm an old man. I'm not young like you people, so. The picture is real, it's one I took. The pictures are mainly mine, so I apologise in advance. They make me smile. The opinions are mine, and if I say something wrong, please don't be offended. I'm just an old man who doesn't know what he's talking about. But if I do say something that you think doesn't apply to you, or is obvious, then fine, that's great. Sometimes it helps if somebody says something out loud. Sometimes that's useful, rather than just thinking it. And if you disagree with me, I love disagreement. Okay? I love disagreement. Shall walk across the stage, change the slide. So, who am I? So I'm 57. Now, you can't really see this very well, but this is a dinosaur. This is me. Most of you will look at me and think, is he still alive? The answer is yes. I was young once. So if any of you are students, that's me as a student. Cameras were invented then, but not digital cameras. And I was born in the northeast of England, in a very ugly town called Middlesbrough. I've lived here since 1988. During that time, I've lived in Oulu all the time except for 4 years in the UK with my family and 2 years in Helsinki. Now somebody said earlier on they want to move to Helsinki. I moved to Helsinki, but I came back. Wasn't really for me. I have dual citizenship. I've had dual citizenship for 3 years. Now that's important to me, but not to you. After 30 years, maybe I should have citizenship, I don't know. There are reasons for that though. So I have 3 reasons why I took citizenship. First one is respect to my wife, who I've been married to for 30 years. She's put up with me a lot. I think she deserves some respect. Secondly was changing the general political situation in Europe and the world as things moved more to the right. This was pre-Brexit, by the way, when I applied for this. Brexit, of course, being what lots of people like to talk to us about today. It's a terrible thing. And the third thing was because I wanted to vote. So I lived here for a long time without voting. Now, I believe that everybody should feel honoured to get the opportunity to vote, and if you don't vote, please don't complain. Okay? It is your chance to have a voice. A lot of people don't like to vote, but that's fine. Oh. So Finland is a crazy place. Who's been here more than 12 months? Except for the Finns, for God, please, come on. That was obvious. Who's been here more than 5 years? Okay. So Finland is a crazy place. It's got It's got well-known musicians who dress as animals. It's got this character, who I shan't comment any more on that. It's not me. And then it has things that I don't understand. Now, the thing is, you don't have to understand everything about Finland. And you don't have to like everything about Finland. These things are called lasilinnut. These are glass birds. When I moved here, everybody used to show me their glass birds. And I never understood why. And after 30 years, I still don't understand why. But that's okay, that's fine. 30 years ago, people used to assume, because I was British, that I drank tea. I didn't drink tea. But I learned to drink tea in Finland, because every time we went somewhere, and someone would say, "Oh, you're an Englishman, we give you tea." And I go, my wife would go, "Drink the tea. We buy especially for you." I love tea now. I've learned to drink tea in Finland. I didn't do that in Britain. I hated tea. So Finland's done a lot of good things for me. When I came here to a small town called Raahe, who has visited Raahe? Oh, you poor thing. But you're from Kajaani. Yeah, so, okay. Raahe is the equivalent of where I was born. It is a horrible, no it's not, it's a lovely place. It's where my wife comes from. And I was there in 1987. And I was an engineer, a British engineer sent for a summer to Raahe. And I was there for 3 months. And I learned Finnish in 3 months. Look at you all. Oh, wow. Well, what I learned was this. I could count from 1 to 10, but I couldn't remember the number 9. So it wasn't very useful. And I could order 2 beers. But strangely, that seemed enough. Everyone liked that. Hey, he's trying at least. I met the woman who'd become my wife. But then I emigrated from the UK, became an immigrant in Finland. So I am as much an immigrant as anybody else in this country. In 1988, the day before I moved here, I saw Prince at Wembley Arena, and that was amazing. And then I moved to Finland, to Raahe. It was a long way from London, where I was living at the time, to Raahe. 25,000 people watching Prince, very much alive then, quite young, to Raahe. It was a culture shock. My friends used to joke, because there was about 35 engineers came here. There used to be the joke that you are now entering Finland, put your watch 2 hours forward and your mind 30 years back. It was a bit unfair, but of course we were foreign, we laughed. It's easy to laugh at foreign people. Unfortunately, that's what often happens. During my career, during my life here, I've had opportunities to live in the UK, which I took for family reasons. And I've had the opportunity of living in the US, Australia, I could have gone to China, Denmark, Germany. But actually, I like Finland, and I've been here a long time. And I am proof that you can learn to love Finland and make a life out of it. But obviously I can't work the technology. So, what have I done? As was mentioned in the beginning, I've worked for very large companies, so my background is a software engineer. So when I first came here, I programmed in something called assembler, in steelwork control systems. I worked for Nokia for 24 years. I was a vice president at Nokia, which was nice. The picture in the background was my life for many of those 24 years. I spent a lot of time on aeroplanes. And I'm not proud of that. That isn't a, gee, look at me. It was hard work. So I've flown around the world. I've flown to Dallas, been there for 18 hours and flown home. And that's not a life for anyone when you've got small children. I've done vice president and executive roles in Nokia, Accenture, Microsoft, GE Healthcare. I went to Helsinki and I was in GE Healthcare for 2 years. And that was interesting. A bit different, a bit like going back to the 1970s, but interesting. But I've also worked in very small companies. So I've worked in companies like, I worked at Polar Electro for a while here. I invited Softogram in to come and see me. I know Softogram quite well. It was me that signed the document that allowed Softogram to take the technology from Nokia to become Softogram. Thank me. Well done, Craig. I did one thing right, but only one thing. I've done a lot of global roles, so at various times, my view on Finland and Finnish culture and what I accept and like about it comes from the fact that, for example, at one time I had teams at the same time working for me in, if I remember correctly, San Diego, Dallas, Boston, near London, Denmark, Northern Germany, Beijing, Bangalore, Tokyo, and about 8 different places in Finland. And it was just as hard to get the teams in Finland to work together as it was to get the others to work with them. So even in Finland, not everyone's the same. It's quite a homogeneous society, but you know, there are differences here as well. Let's go to the next one. Sometime this evening. Okay, Finland. It is a great place to live. And I'm saying that as someone who's had a lot of opportunities to live anywhere else. So I didn't have to live here. You know, it's a privilege in that way. It took a long time to get used to it. It really did. It took me a few years. I came here pre-internet. That's how old I am. Honestly, imagine life before the internet. So when I came here, I couldn't see, we didn't have Netflix or anything. I mean, friends used to send me video cassettes with British series. You don't laugh. This is what happens to old people. It's not meant to be funny, it's meant to be tragic. So seriously, I was sent, if any of you remember something called Wallace and Gromit, so my friend sent me that on VHS cassette to watch in Finland. It was great. It was like, you know, I used to, hello, Aaltje, how are you? I used to buy the Guardian Weekly, so a week's newspaper was condensed into one newspaper printed on toilet. It was printed on toilet paper. It was awful, and that was my week. You know, I couldn't do what I do now, which is I read the paper 18 times every day. I watch Netflix, of course, Viaplay, Amazon Prime, Seymour, Robroo, Yle Arena. I have more, it's all crap anyway. I mean, 99% of what are on these things is rubbish, but now and again, you get something good. But when I moved, I didn't have that opportunity. So, it's a great place to live, and I like it because I've been through that. Somebody was talking earlier on about, you know, how do you meet people, and it's about networking. When I moved here, I think it was Arthur, a lady this morning was saying she joined a choir. She joined a choir, and that's how she met people. When I came here, I put a piece of paper in the local music shop and in Rauhala asking if I could join a band. And I met some people, and they were weird. They were really weird. They were great. They were just very odd students. They'd been students for about 400 years. They were never going to graduate. It was great. They were very happy. But gradually I met people. And it was excellent. It's a great place to work. So one of the key things that I try and, because a lot of people do ask me questions about Finland, and British people normally say, why? Why do you live there? And I think somebody said earlier on today, lack of stress. Quality of life here is better than I'll get anywhere else. I lived, until we had a fire, I lived in a house that was fabulous. You know, by British standards, I come from a regular terraced house in Britain. 2 bedrooms upstairs, single windows, very, very cold. Somebody mentioned the Finns are good with cold. The Finns are rubbish with cold. Because Finns dress properly. Finns can't handle the cold. They can't. Trust me. But that's a generalisation. So, one of the things that has come up a few times today is you need to accept the culture and the climate. The lady who was moderating the panel made jokes about the climate. It's It's great. I've never been able to walk on water in Britain, but I can do it every year here. And I love that. Doesn't make me special, that's not for me to say. But the key thing is not to lose yourself. So I call this Finland outside in. I am the most external kind of Oulu local person you can probably get in many ways. Because I still maintain the right to be myself. And I know what I like. I don't like glass birds. I don't like lamprey, which in Finnish are nahkiaisia. They're disgusting. One of the Finns over there is nodding. Glad to see that. I love mammi. I love mammi. Mammi's excellent. I like Finnish coffee. Preferably lots of it. Most of the time. Oh. But the key question, and it's come up a few times today, is about you and Finland. So, why are you here? Are you here because you want to be? Are you here because you feel you have to be? Do you have a choice? That makes a big difference to people. But the key thing is, how long are you here for? Now, a lot of we foreigners make the mistake of thinking we're only going to be here for a couple of years because only a lunatic would want to live here for more than a couple of years. There are a lot of lunatics in the north of Finland. It is never wasted to learn another language. Most of you are not native English speakers. Who's a native English speaker? I rest my case. You've all learned another language. The third language is usually much easier. Even Finnish is much easier once you've learned other languages. British people have no idea of grammar. Biggest problem for me when I started learning Finnish was understanding what the hell this was about. I had no idea. The British don't learn grammar whatsoever. And I think we learn more than the Americans. But I'm not sure, so I shouldn't say anything there. The other thing is, what can you offer? What are you? And it's not about a transactional prostituting of your soul. I don't mean it in that way. It's just that you need to understand in your own mind, what is it you're offering? What is it that you're bringing to Finland? What is it that makes you attractive, whether it be in a corporate or whatever other sense? Who are you and what do you bring? And the other thing is, how much are you willing to invest in living here? And I don't mean money. I really don't mean money. I mean effort. So welcome to Finnish. Not my picture. One of the ones it isn't. I accidentally realised I've known a Finnish word since I was 10. So when I was 10 years old in the northeast of England, I learned a Finnish word, and I didn't know that. And the word is cyborgopis. Because in the Guinness Book of Records, it was one of the longest palindromes in the world. And I didn't know. It wasn't until I'd lived here about 15 years I thought, I mean, firstly, you don't use that very much in Finland, and if you do, fine. I used to own a book called 231 Finnish Verbs Fully Conjugated in All the Tenses. The first page of that book says, most of the things in this book are impossible to use. Because you just don't use verbs in that way. So I was obviously interested. And it looks really complicated. And it is in the beginning. But actually Finnish is very structured. It's actually much easier than people realise. Children can speak it, for example, as we all know. English is interesting. You go anywhere in the world, everyone will be able to say hi. I'm going to say something really, I shouldn't say this now. I was in Hailuoto in, my eldest son will have been about a year old, so it'll be about 1990, 1991, something like that. And I apologise to the virtual audience, all three of you, over the next 8 years. And I was there, and it was a beautiful sunny day on the beach. And my eldest son was 1, my second son hadn't been born, and my third son was just something for the future, with my wife. And an 8-year-old boy walked up to me, because we were speaking English. The 8-year-old boy walked up to me, and he looked at me, and he smiled. And he said, "Fuck you!" Now you're laughing. You're laughing because you think that's funny. I was horrified because it's my native language and it's here in my spine. And I was how could it, you know, terrible. But the thing is, that's what that child had heard. That child had heard English, and then he'd heard probably young people's rap music or something, and he'd heard that, and he thought, I'm going to show this foreign person that I can speak their language. He didn't realise that I almost had a heart attack. But people pick up English very quickly, but when you have long discussions with people in English, quite often it becomes very difficult very quickly. In Finnish, it's the opposite way around. It's very hard in the beginning, but once somebody can get over that hump, and you'll hear all the Finns say, but Finnish is so easy, you know, it's pronounced exactly as you write it. It's a phonetic language, which is brilliant, because of course up here in northern Finland, or in Rahe especially, the letter D becomes the letter J. So, for all of us, we will now practice some Rahe Finnish. En edes tiedä becomes en edes tiedä. Now that's difficult for people to understand, but you can learn. So it's not that difficult, and it's an investment. Culture is the big thing. There's been a lot of people saying, oh, the Finns are this, and oh, we Finns are that. The thing is, there's a guy in the mid-90s, and I know things have changed, and this is prehistoric history, but there was a guy called Richard D. Lewis who wrote some books. He spent a lot of time in Finland as well. He was British, so it's from a British perspective. But even so, and they're not a manual. You read a book, you don't go, all Finns are like this. All English people are like this. Okay? I don't speak like Prince Charles. We're both British. He's slightly more German than I am, and a bit more Greek, but we're both British. But we're not the same. So, the textual version of what Richard D. Lewis... So I use England and Finland, because with these books, the first thing everybody does is goes to their own. So, we'll go and look. So the Thai guy will go, go look at what it says about Thailand. That's totally wrong. But the Finns, they're really like this. So interesting enough, what he says about England is, this is about how people communicate in meetings. I'm not going to read it all for you, but it's about not rocking the boat, humour, never heard of that. White lies are all weapons for keeping it all jolly. Now, if you say that to an English person, they'll say, we don't lie. If someone doesn't quite understand what we mean, that's their fault. We don't lie. But they do. And British and American people, it's important for them to get out of the door with people smiling. That's the key thing. Get out the door, people are still smiling. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you've lied to them. Got to be very careful again. Virtual audience of the future. Finland. Finns value silence. Someone's complaining that we never get any feedback. No, you don't. Not necessarily, because the feedback is, if it was crap, I'd tell you. I didn't say anything. It's not crap. Well, might be, but I haven't said anything. And I was an English teacher in this very university 150 years ago, 1991. And it was the time of somebody mentioned small talk earlier on in the day. And they said to me, can you teach us small talk? It was big on the news. Oh, God. So I thought about it, and I tried. And one guy looked me in the eye after about the 5th lecture when I tried it out. And he said to me, you know, we can't do this in our own language. How do you expect us to do it in a foreign language? We don't say anything. We're quiet. And silence is the most important thing in the Finnish language. Finnish communication is typically frank and direct. So, if something's not good, people say, it's not good. They won't go like the British, well, you know, could be better, you know, try again. Not good. Now, in a marriage, that can be quite tricky, but useful. And it's all about, and this is a picture I took at Beijing airport. I found where the comfort zone is. But I didn't want to be there. I recommend you don't either. So in pictorial terms, what Richard Lewis talks about is just the difference between the Finns, which is don't speak a lot, handle the confusion, summarise, clarity. There's these for Thai, there's these for... And you will look at it and go, we're not like that, but you probably are. I mean, I first looked at this and thought, no, we're not like that. But we are like that, you know. You go into a meeting with the British people, or the English people actually, 5-10 minutes, nice weather. And you go through the various bits and pieces, and it's all a bit... When things get difficult, let's have a bit of a joke. Come out the other end, don't decide anything, decide next time. We're out the door, hey, bye. Very happy. So, these are not my pictures either. And they are from these books. Now, I have a copy of the book with me, which, I don't know. They're useful books. They're not manuals. They are not going to tell you, if you read these, you're not going to understand how his culture works perfectly, and he'll be different. But they're useful, because actually what they should get you to do is reflect on yourself. So, we all have to be very careful about what we think of the Finns, because the Finns are very different to each other. Everybody knows that Oulu is the centre of the universe. Who disagrees? Where are you from originally? Yeah, okay. So he's wrong. I mean, imagine that poor guy. He's almost a Finn. He's from Tornio. But it's actually true that you've got a different parts of the country. So I had teams in Oulu, Espoo, Salo, Tampere. Salo, great place. Not close enough to Turku and not close enough to Helsinki, but has a great road that goes past it. But people enjoyed living there. Social media has changed how we relate to culture a lot. So there's so much available. You know, you young people, whoever you are, wherever you are, you're different to what I was like when I was your age. And there's massive impact and massive change. But everyone's an individual. You can't overgeneralise. And the key thing is real life changes much more slowly than in a corporate and in a virtual setting. Even in Helsinki, where I've lived for a while, you know, there are still places where, believe it or not, Finnish is the preferred language, not even Swedish. And today a lot of stuff is about personal branding. It's a big thing to brand yourself. I'm a big fan of reputation. I'm not a big fan of personal branding, but it is something that you do. Try and make sure that what you actually are lives up to what you're claiming to be. LinkedIn, or lumped in, as I like to call it, is a worrying place. Someone I went to school with, I communicated with last week, hadn't spoken to him or hadn't communicated with this guy for 30 years. Saw my name somewhere, contacted me, and I said, oh, you were probably just passing over something important. And he said, oh, there's nothing important in LinkedIn, just self-promotion. So try and make sure that who you really are is what you're trying to say you are. Even Finland has become a hotbed of personal branding. Okay? Be careful. I know some of you are in LinkedIn. LinkedIn has reached Tornio even. One day it might even go to Sweden. Who knows? And communication styles. Silence is the most important thing in the country. A friend of mine, I was talking about this earlier on, a friend of mine who's the cleverest person I know in the world, has a communication style whereby you ask him a question and it takes him 4 seconds to answer. So you will say, what do you think of this? And he will go. Now by this time, all the British and all the Americans are like, God, didn't you hear, didn't you hear? And he's just about to answer. So you've got to understand other people. It's about understanding. It's about not assuming that the stereotype fits everybody, and about understanding that different is good. And different can be better, but different isn't always better. Right, the last one. So, rule of 3, always remember 3 things. So I put 5 down. 3 plus 1, because I didn't understand that is it Sokos where they have 3 plus 1 days. So we thought you could buy 3 and you get the 4th one. No, it's 3 days and another one. Who made that up? If you're listening, Sokos, you're wrong. So 3 things that are really important, and for all of the frivolity and comedy, the important thing is to be yourself. Whether you're Finnish, British, Thai, whatever. Don't lose sight of who you are. In business bullshit, it's called authenticity. You can't have my slides. No. You pay for this. So it's called authenticity, and it's important because people can smell the bullshit a mile off. Okay. Secondly is be aware of your environment. If you're living in Finland, you have to understand that this is Finland. And Finland will change, and you can influence change. And you can vote, for example, and you can change people around you. But you can't expect Finland just to change for you. So it's really crucial. If you want to be here, be here. It's great. If you want to be somewhere else, be somewhere else. And learning the language is an investment, but one that pays off. It's about what is the return on investment for you. If you think you're going to be here for 2 years, you're probably wrong. But hey, take that risk. Someone was saying earlier on they have children, ladies on the panel, she has children. I went through the same thing. I would have been a less satisfied parent myself had I not understood what was going on. I would have been a much more paranoid husband had I not known what my brother-in-laws were saying about me. Okay, so. And I used to speak Finnish probably 90% of the time at work. So I'm not allowed to say am I good or bad. That's not, it's the Finns who have to say it. But I use it most of the time. You are not the best judge of who you are. Get feedback from others. Somebody mentioned confidence earlier today, which is good. It's good to have confidence. But you are not what you think you are. You are. What you think you are is probably what you aspire to be, and is not what other people see, necessarily. Feedback, honestly, it's a gift. If you can get feedback from people that's honest and measured, take it. The same goes with the Finns. And finally, take yourself. No. Don't take yourself seriously, but take what you do seriously. And that's really important. Don't be trapped by your ego. Ego and image are the things that will stop you from asking for feedback. It will stop you from getting better, and it will stop you from understanding the people around you. 9/11, when there was a huge attack in New York, the planes left from Boston. And the first foreign trip I made, after I was sat in Copenhagen Airport at the time watching plane. It was awful, very frightening, because how was I going to get home? The planes left from Logan Airport in Boston, and the first place I travelled back from was Boston. And there was this sign: you spend more time with your job than with your spouse. Be choosy. It's important to make sure that the life-work balance aspect that Finland offers, that many other countries don't, and even in parts of Finland, like Helsinki, it's not as good as it should be. This place offers each of us the opportunity to have a very good work-life balance. And trust me, working 18 hours a day doesn't mean you're doing 18 hours of work. And my time in Nokia allowed me to be in those bands that I tried to be in when I first came here. We made a CD. We appeared in Helsinki, the big city that thinks it's big and isn't. Any questions? I dare you. Finland, when I was a teacher, I learned when you ask any questions, especially the men, they go. And then when you get into the corridor, there's always one. Hey, hey. So, Ante.
I'll start with the question. It was an accident walking for me.
Okay.
What was the title for the talk? I really enjoyed it here.
Why Finnish men aren't very bright? Oh, sorry. Can't you use maps on your phone? It was just Finland outside it. It was just my views of 30 years in Finland. And I do this is for free, so I am the best hinta-laatusuhde you will ever get. It costs nothing. It's better than what it's worth, what you paid for. So.
Yeah, when cultures collide, did you use it as a book when you were
yes.
traveling around? Yeah.
I've still got a copy of the visual guide. My son's got When Cultures Collide,
yeah.
and like I say, it's not a manual. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I met the author. I met the author in a. So when we lived in the UK, we were trying to set up one of the sessions because he used to do lots of sessions for Nokia, and we set one up, and I think 3 days before it was going to happen, I had to cancel it, and I was a bit embarrassed. I thought, well, you know, it was before the internet, so he wasn't going to see me, or it was before Facebook and stuff. And I was flying back from Tokyo with my team. It was this old, about 70-year-old guy. Oh, English people, and he started talking to us, and he said, yeah, are you from Nokia? I said, one of your guys cancelled our session 2 or 3 days before it was meant to happen. Very nice guy. But it's useful. But it's useful only, to be honest, it's only useful so that you can understand that things are different and that you need to look at things differently. It's all about understanding. All about communication, but it's all about understanding yourself as well. Because you will say, we Finns, we are not like this. We speak the truth. We tell straight. No. My England very good. Any other questions?
I do have one about the feedback, because I've noticed that it's really hard for some people to give honest feedback.
Yep. Yep.
So do you have like an approach that you can encourage others to give feedback to you?
You can only do it through personal example. And feedback isn't criticism. Even if you are helping someone to improve their performance, it is not. You don't go and say, "And that was stupid." That's not feedback, really. You can only do it by being vulnerable and being open. So you have to be willing to give feedback, but you also have to be willing to take it. So over the years, I've been asked to go into companies or organisations within Nokia and help change them. And remember, you're never the best judge of yourself. But I think that when I go into a place, I try and just be honest about myself, but also about other people. So I had a guy who was in a very key, for some reason, was in a very key position in one technology in about 2003. And nobody could do anything without him. And I asked the question, why? Well, because he's the one that does it. Right, but it's not going very well. But you know, it's his thing. So we talked, and I gave him feedback, and I said, I'm going to take you off this thing. And you thought I was going to murder his children. It was awful. It was like, he really was. He was so invested in this thing. And I took him off and gave him feedback. We talked for about 6 months. And 18 months later, this guy called me, out of the blue. He'd moved on to something else. And he said to me, I just wanted to tell you that I'm happy. Okay. He said, no, you don't understand. You took me off that thing, and I was really unhappy. But I'd been unhappy for a long time. And I was unhappy because everyone thought that I was responsible for it, and I never was. Okay. And you took me off it, and I just want you to understand that what you did has meant that I could be happy. And that was the best thing that anyone could ever say. And all I'd done was I'm not very bright. I mean, I live here. How can I be? So, you know, it's about honesty. It's not, and it's not about ego. And giving feedback shouldn't make you feel that you are better than someone else, because quite often you're not. Because even good people need feedback. But it's about personal example.
You practice?
No.
Air guitar?
No, I play real guitar, not air guitar. Thank you. Go home. Have a life.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was great. That was stand-up-ish even. Is that a word?
It is.
It is now.
It's the wrong word now.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you everyone for being a part of Löyly 2019. My name is Juho Karilainen and it has been a pleasure to be your host. And tomorrow we will continue in the University of Applied Sciences. And after that, at 6 p.m. until 8, we have the After Löyly at Health to Organic H2O. How are you supposed to say it? Because it's H2O in Finnish, so easy.
H2O.
Yeah, but H2O feels so clunky and...
No, it's English, it's the best language in the world.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Honestly.
The best way to say it is H2O. Forget the Finnish. But yes, we will see you there at 6. There will be some sparkly stuff, some snacks, some DJ music, and a whole lot of networking and matchmaking. Will you be there?
If there's matchmaking, I'm not sure.
But for the networking?
It's a bit late for that.
Yeah. So leave your Tinder at home. Okay, but see you tomorrow, everybody. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.